Give me a second, gang. Give me a second. Hold up. Oh, let me turn my camera on. Oh, so you can see my lovely face. Oh, is it not working? Oh, I had the wrong one on. Hello. Hello. I sent my announcement out wrong. Um, my announcement in my Discord was is Israel a greater threat to peace than Israel? That's not the topic today. We're going to be saying, is Hamas a greater threat to peace to Israel? Straighterade says that Israel is the greatest threat to peace. I say it's Hamas. To be clear, they're both threats to peace. They're both not helping the peace process. But one is remarkably less helpful than the other. And we're going to talk about that today. Straighterade just DM'd me. She's going to be like 5 minutes late. So sit back, relax, enjoy the sultry sounds of my vocal voice or something, right? I don't know. It's been a day, gang. It's been a day. I just had some yummy chicken, some yummy eggs, some deviled eggs. They were very good. How's everyone doing today? Cicero says, does Aaron think we should have regime changed Hitler? Good question. Let's ask her when she gets here. Yeah, I get Full Metal. I understand. Full Metal Digimon sounds of my vocal voice. I get it. Look, we're warming up here. We're live a little early. Usually I go live at 6, but I needed to warm up a little bit because I haven't spoken all day, right? I haven't uttered a word, and so it's been we gotta warm up. We gotta lube the old vocal cords a little bit. Lycan got caught up on that one. Oh, Lycan, I like Lycan. I hope you know what I'm kind of hoping for. Do you know what I want to happen, King? What would be the best content wise? It would be if Lycan shows up too, and Straighterade, Lycan, double team, take them both. Right? I like them both. To be clear, I consider Straighterade a friend. Really, I do. We are at least friendly, if you will. We talk. I've only discussed. I've not had very many interactions with Lycan, but I found our last interaction quite pleasant. I know we have substantive disagreements, but it wasn't yelly screamy, right? No one, he didn't pull a Sunday, right, and begin autistically screeching at me. So, I like him. It's great. It's nice to have people you can debate with. It's nice to have people you can have arguments with and severe disagreements with and still talk, right? An angel that has fallen first? No, but close. Azron, hi. Welcome, my YouTube viewers. Hello. Drow730. It's definitely Israel that's the problem. They simply reverse what happened in 1948. This all ends. I mean, maybe? Does it? Like, I mean, yes. If your argument is that if they just laid down and let Hamas and the other Arab nations kill them all, there would be peace. I guess that's true, but I don't know if I don't know if I would consider that peace or something we want to work towards, right? But you're absolutely correct. If they reversed what happened in 1948, if they laid down their arms, if they stopped fighting, if they put away their guns and bombs, there'd be peace after Hamas was done with them. There would be peace. That is true. Yes, I know. I'm getting a lot of DMs saying my Discord announcement was a mistake, and it was a typo. Forgive me, please. Welcome to my Kick viewers as well. Burncat, Riska, and Unicorn Exhaust. Always spinning the Charmanders. The Charmander spins. Nice to see you. Nice to have you. Straighterade will be here shortly. She said she's going to be about 5-10 minutes late. So, we're waiting on that. In the meantime, hello, Kamikaze. Hi. What's going on? Saniko, hello. The Havara Agreement. Oh, there's so many agreements. So this is one of the problems with this. Is I have broad knowledge on the topic. Okay. I have a broad base of knowledge about many things within the conflict from prior to 1948. Because, again, this didn't start in 1948. It wasn't just 1948. We got to talk about the 1930s pogroms, right? We got to talk about the 1920s, the British announcement. I forget the Balfour Declaration, I believe it's called. There's a lot to it. There's a lot, okay? But because there's so much, I don't know about every single little thing, right? Like, so all the declarations, all the um different agreements and deals that have been made or tried over the years. There's so many of them that it's really hard to delve into any and get expertise on any specific thing, at least for me. But yeah, based Hoss Pepe, please. Hi. Why does Twitch hate me? TV hate me? Didn't know you were into voyeurism. Oh, you're talking to Kamikaze. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. My chat once again fighting each other. Love to see it. We have actually two pieces of content today. I don't know if you guys know this, but after my discussion with Straighterade today, we are going to be having Mantis on to talk about responsibility in the streaming space. So I think we do. Like, when it comes to what responsibilities we have to our communities, what responsibilities we have to each other, what responsibility I have to you, my audience, I do think I have responsibility. The question at the end of the day is, am I my brother's keeper? I think the answer to that question should be yes. You are, to an extent. Am I my brother's keeper? Kinda. You should be. You should look out for those around you. Should it be enforced by rule of law or anything like that? Probably not. But when it comes down to it, right? I think that if you see someone drowning and you have the ability to help them and you choose not to, you have done something that is wrong, right? Or if because of your actions, you put others at greater risk of being pushed into the sea and drowning, that is something you should take into consideration and probably not act in a way that would cause that. Mitigate it to the extent that you can. Now, does this mean that you have to sacrifice your entire well-being, all your time and energy into helping others? Absolutely not. You do have a responsibility also to yourself. But these things are at tension, right? There is a tension between the responsibility you have to yourself and the responsibility you have to others. And to act as if we have no responsibility on either of these ends is simply foolish. We have to talk about what are the limits here. In what ways should we encourage others to act? What would be better for most of us? What would be better for us in general? And I think that like there is a strong argument that we need to take care of each other. Yeah, but we'll be talking about that after the Straighterade debate. So do not worry. It is coming. Straighterade hopefully will be here soon. Let me check on her. Let me see where she's at. Just jump backstage whenever. LOL. Yep, so as soon as she gets here, I'll pull her in and we'll begin our discussion. What are you guys up to, by the way? What all are you doing today? Anything fun? Are you guys watching any cool contents? Anything I should be aware of that's happened in the streamer world? I sometimes feel like I've been in this space for over a year now, and I still sometimes feel very much a stranger to it because I don't follow all the goings on, right? I don't know all the dramas. I'm not very up on most of the lore unless it involves me or someone I interact with regularly. I missed the talk with I missed Destiny talking to Scum Day last night. I assume you mean Sunday. Did I miss it? Did I really? Fair. That's fair. How'd it go? Who won? How did the conversation play out? Because I have an idea in my head how it probably did, but I didn't see it, so I have no idea. Lonerbox just got kicked off live stream for violations. Is that true, Ant? What happened? What did he violate? What did he do? On YouTube or on Twitch or where? Where did he get kicked? Man, Lonerbox is Lonerbox. I like Lonerbox. They're really coming at him though, right? Like a lot of people hate him. On YouTube, he got kicked. Oh, he was watching a Jubilee video. Okay, yeah, they got him. They copyright struck him. They're doing that. That's why I don't watch Jubilee's content on my stream. That's why I don't really do. Well, it's not why I don't, but it's a big reason why I don't. Is because people copyright strike you, and I don't want to. I don't want to deal with that mess. Plus, I don't know. React content to me isn't my thing. I don't really like it. Either watching it or doing it. But on occasion, I'll indulge, right? I know my audience sometimes like me to react to things. I know that sometimes something happens that is so big that you kind of have to watch it, right? I don't know. It's just one of those things. I hope he gets that taken care of shortly. Copyright strikes are no joke. If I like him so much, why don't I marry him? Fair enough. Sunday got Lil Broed, then became aware he was looking bad and switched the convo to Destiny, misusing his platform, and the convo ended. Yeah, fair enough. Sunday's a slippery one. You gotta really keep him on topic, or he'll try to mess with it, make it all wily. I don't know. It's whatever. You know what? The biggest frustration I have with that man is that he could be such a good resource for people. Like he could have turned towards good after the Mr. Girl thing. After the Mr. Girl thing, he took Mr. Girl to task. He could have turned over a new leaf. He could have stopped with the baseless personal attacks on everyone around him that he didn't like. He could have been more honest and kind of worked towards building back his reputation. I worked with him on that for a while. I tried to provide a really better example for him, but nah, I don't know how much it's him or how much it's his audience, because his audience pushes him towards this. So I know that like that's how he makes his money. I get it, right? But it's just such a toxic space. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. At the end of the day, though, that's his. He can run his show how he wants. I'll run my show how I want, and we'll see how it works out and how it comes out in the wash. Wizard Whick. I am Wizard Whick. I'm casting spells on you, gang. Astronaut Farmer, thank you for the $10. I don't know what I did to deserve $10 yet because the debate has not yet started, but thank you nonetheless. And gang, if you have things to say during the debate, if you have questions for either of us, if you just have comments that you would like to be read out loud, because this is a one-on-one debate, I can be much more quick on reading your super chats. So if you super chat at me, I will make sure, if you leave a comment with it, to read it out loud for you. And you can join in on the conversation that way. Absolutely. Hello, Sulfur. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Mooncake. Welcome to the stream. Hello to Lemonhead. We were talking about President Sunday. We're just killing time till Straighterade gets here. Straighterade did say she would be 5 to 10 minutes late, so we are waiting on her. It's only 5 past the hour now, so she's still got about 5 more minutes. Let me stop replying to low IQ idiots, wasting my time. That's from Drow730. I mean, fair. But then how would we ever get content? How would we ever get content? If we stopped replying to idiots, how would we get content? Look, I am all for being nice to idiots. I think that we can all be idiots on occasion. Every single one of us have had, at times, an idiotic take or two. However, I think that there is a utility to bringing to light, dredging up a comment that is particularly idiotic, and then showing the world why it is that this is an idiotic statement. Because if you don't challenge them, And I think that we've seen this kind of be made clear very recently by world events. There are these narratives that kind of get established in the zeitgeist, right? That go unchallenged. And so it slowly builds up. And suddenly you're hearing talk about how America is wrong for getting involved in the Korean Wars. And you're like, wow, someone probably, when that first came up, should have called them an idiot. Someone should have taken that statement, taken it through the ringer, and showed exactly why it's an idiotic statement. But because it was allowed to fester, because it was allowed to metastasize, it's grown into this cancer that now permeates a lot of our politics, a lot of our discourse, and yeah, it's a problem. We can see this a lot with foreign policy takes amongst leftists. It's just really bad. But I know some of you will disagree, but that is what it is. LOL from Lemonhead. LOL, that guy's hopeless. It's cool you tried to help Sunday, but yeah, yikers. I'll try to help anyone, right? I don't think anyone's beyond redemption. I think everyone deserves someone to give them room to grow if they are trying to grow. Look, I'll be real with you. I wouldn't have worked with 𝕵𝖎𝖙 10 years ago. I would not have. It was terrible, the things she said and did. But without giving her room to grow and to be better, she would have still been like that. What incentive would she have had to change? She would have just doubled down. So I'm glad that people gave her that room, that gave her that space to become better. And I hope that people will give me room and space to improve and grow, because I am not perfect by any means. I know a lot of you don't like it when I have certain takes, and it's very possible that my takes are wrong. And I hope that people would give me the room and grace to grow if it turns out those takes are wrong. Just as I will give you, dear viewer, dear chatter, lovely, lovely donator to my cause, I will give you room to grow and become better. All of us can just give each other grace and be excellent to each other, as Bill and Ted would say, if you will. So here we go, right? I don't know where she is yet. I hope she gets it. I hope she... Look. I hope she's not... Okay, gang. Don't clip this. I hope she's not crawling through her tunnels right now. Trying to like, you know, plan her attack on my sovereign nation. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope that's not what's happening right now. It's possible. It's possible that they're fomenting their plans, their diabolical, evil plans, their sinister plans. I don't know. Origin of Logos. Did you hear me, Whick? I'm never giving you money again for $5. Why aren't you giving me money again? But you just gave me money again. I don't even know. No, I don't think she's bailing out 𝕻𝖓𝖏. She would have told me. It would have been sad. If she doesn't show up, I do have a backup plan. Okay. But I do hope she does show up. We're gonna give her a little more time. It's now 6:10. Let's see if she's DM'd me. Nothing yet, gang. She DM'd me right before the show saying she'd be 5-10 minutes late, and nothing since then. Yeah, I hope she shows up. Why does Twitch TV hate me? Why don't you do like everyone else and get your Twitch, YouTube, Kick chats up on stream? It takes up space. It like covers people's faces. I don't know. Is that like, and people can see it anyway on the replay. If they want to read the chat, it's in the replay. It's not on screen, but you can watch it in the replay. I really hope it's not 30 minutes late, Astronaut Farmer. I really do. I have other content after her, and once one thing is significantly late, it just pushes everything back, and then I have to, like, this happened with Tom when I had Tom on the other day. The previous segments went late, and therefore I was late to getting to Tom, and I don't like to be late. I was raised in a military family. If you're not 15 minutes early, you were late. I am very on time to things. It's something that I've always been fussy about, if you will. Azzy, what's with all the late females, bro? It's not just the women, gang. It's not just the women. We can't blame this one on the ladies. This is a lot of people are late to my streams sometimes. It's one of those things. It's a streamer thing. I have ideas on why it's the case. It's why I appreciate those who aren't. There are some people who are always on time. Like Lactoid, always on time. Mooncake, always on time. There's others who are not. But it is what it is, and you just work with it. You got to get, you got to meet people where they're at. It is what it is. Oh, what else do we got coming up this week, I guess? Tomorrow I'm going to be talking to STV Philly. That'll be an interesting conversation. It probably won't be a very long conversation. I don't know how long tomorrow's going to go. But we're going to be talking to him at 6 p.m. Eastern about hatred. He had some contention with me on Twitter. And I made a comment about do you all know who Syrian Girl is on Twitter? Are you guys familiar with who that is? Do you guys know how much or do you know that account at all? Okay, some of you do. Some of you do. Okay. Yeah, crazy chick. Right. Like, not just crazy, but evil. Like, she's one of the few people I would call literally evil. She makes up lies. She signal boosts lies. She has a huge amount of following. She said things, right? When there was a comment about the rape that Hamas did to the Israelis, and she called it fake. In her words, imagine thinking anyone would want to rape one of those hags. Like, straight up evil. Okay? But anyway, I was making a comment on that person's account about how the lies that they made up are being signal boosted because a lot of people are just full of hate. And STV Philly was very upset that I said that. That how could I say that the people were swallowing her lies because they were just full of hate. And I think that we have to acknowledge that there is a lot of hate out there, and that is a large reason that a lot of people will just run with narratives, not check anything, not look at the facts, not try to suss out whether this is true or not. They simply hate it, and they run with it because they hate the people that that are being lambasted by the tweet. And so, yeah, I think if you read something like what Syrian Girl writes and you don't look into it and you just retweet it mindlessly, there's some hate involved with there. Oh, thank God, gang. Thank God. Straighterade is here. I don't have to awkwardly talk to myself and you anymore. We can pull them on. Welcome. Hello.
Hold on.
Oh, you are very low.
I think that's because when I connected your audio is coming.
Can anyone else hear her? I can barely hear her, just like very, very small. Okay, let her work on some audio issues, gang. We'll get it done. We'll get it done. Sulfur, if she's a troll, she's a very effective one. I don't know if she is or not, but even then, I think the post in question that I was commenting on, it was about the helicopter stuff, right? It was fake news about this helicopter. It was like proven wrong, but she was claiming that it showed the Israeli helicopters mowing down Israeli civilians, just firing indiscriminately into them. It was obviously false. It was proven false by several trusted sources. The geolocation, etc., did not match up with the claim. All sorts of reasons it was wrong. But yeah, that was what I was commenting on, and that had like 100,000 retweets, like hundreds and thousands of likes. It was viewed millions and millions of times. Again, people just running with it. And if you read the quote tweets, most of them weren't challenging it, but were using it as a way to like push their agenda. Yeah, it was pretty gross. So. Well, what Sulfur are you? I don't know what she's. Not Sulfur. See, I'm reading Sulfur in my chat, but I'm seeing Straighterade and their names start with S, so I'm calling Straighterade Sulfur. I'm glad she was deafened. Oh, she's no longer deafened. Oh no. We'll get it. We'll get it done. Not all women are the same, Whick. I know. Forgive me, senpai. Forgive me, Sulfur. I know not what I do. I am but a silly man, a stupid man. Welcome to live tech support with Whick, where we help people get their audio sorted. You guys excited for this debate, by the way? I hope you are. I am. I'm curious to see her arguments. I did read the sources that Lycan sent me, because during our talk, if you will remember, if you will recall, Lycan made this claim several times that Hamas was suing for peace and Israel just wasn't having it. And I was very curious to see his sources on that. He did link me some sources. And so we will be probably going over some of that. We'll see, right? But we can see you just fine, Straighterade.
There we go.
Your audio is better, but it's still low. I have you up at 200% on my end. Can you just, is there a way to just crank it?
Settings.
Maybe just,
Did that
it's
change
much better. It's much better now.
Okay.
It's still slightly. What do you think, Ann? Can you guys hear her? Can you talk for a while and see if my audience?
Okay. How about now?
Much better.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it's still a little low, apparently. Yeah, if you could just keep going higher, higher, higher.
I think I've got it turned up as much as I can, but let me see. It might just be a matter of like moving it closer.
Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. My audience is satisfied now. And yeah. So first of all, hi, welcome.
Hi.
How you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
Oh, so far so good, but you know, now that you're here, I'm much better. I was like, oh man, is she gonna show up? And we're gonna have to.
I'm so sorry about the delay.
It is what it is. It happens. But you DM'd me the other day, and you wanted to debate me on something. Can you tell the audience what the debate's about today?
I did. So I've been following your content since October 7th. I listened to your call-in streams, your conversations with Socrates. I listened to the roundtable that you had on anti-Semitism on the left, and your other commentary. I've watched your Twitter, and you, like many other people, are very I don't know if moved is the right term, but are very interested in this conflict all of a sudden, even though it's been ongoing for like decades, right? And I have followed it more than just in, I think people mostly end up spiking interest in it when there's bloodshed, unfortunately. And I have followed it a little bit in between that. And I just had a couple of questions that I wanted to talk to you today, namely the title of this, which is the bigger obstacle to peace, which is it Israel or is it Hamas?
Yes. Yeah, and I think that like that is a question that is being had, not just amongst us, but it's being talked about on social media and the discourse all the time, right? Like, who is at fault? And I want to be clear, right? Like, I am, if they are both obstacles, right? If we want to be like, neither of them are working towards peace, and that is a problem. But when we talk about which one holds the onus of responsibility for what is happening today, right? I think clearly Hamas is the answer here. If Hamas had not engaged in what they did, we would not be seeing these bombs dropping. Now, that isn't to say that Israel holds no responsibility, and what they are doing is entirely justified. That's not my claim. What I am saying, however, in my stance here, is that if Hamas laid down its arms, there would be peace. If Israel laid down its arms, we would no longer have an Israel. And that is I guess, maybe a form of peace, but not a kind of peace I'm interested in. But I wanted to let you kind of have your opening thoughts on this, ask the questions you wanted to ask, and kind of like lead the discussion. So I'm gonna give the mic to you and let you take it away.
So there will be two parts. I'll respond to what you just said, and I'm also gonna give you like where I kind of like had the idea for this. I saw you reply to a tweet. I'm not sure whose tweet it was, and it said pro-Palestine, pro-Israel. Nah, I'm anti-war crime, fool. And I was thinking, if you are anti-war crime, like most people probably would consider themselves to be, then I think you would be more staunchly anti-Israel, even though I don't really think of this conflict in that way. I just think it's kind of soy to like look at it as like this team sport of like, I'm pro-Palestine, I'm pro-Israel or whatever. But Israel, like to ask you, do you think that the attack was unprovoked? I often hear people say that this attack in a lot of ways was unprovoked and kind of unprecedented.
October 7th attack, to be clear?
Yes.
Unprovoked. No, but, and the but's important here. Just like I wouldn't, like, if someone taps me on the shoulder, right, and then I reach out and slap them, that's technically provoked, right? They provoked me into it, but I think the response does not lie in proportion to the provocation done to them. So in that sense, was it a proportional attack that on October 7th that Hamas did? Was it in proportion to the provocation? Absolutely not.
But you would say that so you agree that there was provocation, but you're just saying that Hamas is disproportionate in their response. And the provocation being what? If in your analogy you just said Israel is just simply like tapped.
No, that wasn't. I wasn't comparing. I was just saying like
just as an example.
Yeah,
okay.
as an
but
example.
Like,
yeah. So I think so to answer your question of what has Israel done to maybe make people in the Palestinian zones turn against them, I think the West Bank settlements are a great example of that. How they have been treated as well, they're not even citizens, but like as in this permanent refugee status. I think that especially Netanyahu's regime and their policies towards Gaza, the West Bank, etc., have all been atrocious and horrific. And yes, absolutely, they have. There are reasons that the Gazans are upset at them. Absolutely, yeah.
Right. I believe that, Amnesty International, which is, an independent human rights organization, has declared Israel to be an apartheid state based on the conditions that, separate Palestinians, even just Arab Israelis and Jewish Israelis, for one. So agree with you there. And at this point, Netanyahu is already, was already very controversial and, seeing declining rates of favorability. But past October 7th, Israeli citizens in a lot of ways hold him in contempt and responsible for a lot of it because it was an unprecedented security breach. It was a military humiliation for Israel to have this incursion that was totally like logistically unprecedented for Hamas. I know that there's been talks that it's been in the works for a few years. There have been different factions and foreign backers that are involved that have said there hasn't been knowledge of this attack, that there was some knowledge. And all of that will continue to come out. I know the New York Times has already released some articles talking about, somewhat of like what Hamas's plans were. And I would agree with you there. But in your opening statement, when you said that, if Hamas simply like put down arms, I think that's probably like what I figured would be the like there would be peace in Israel. That's probably the biggest contention that I have because there have been a number of Israeli operations, as they kind of euphemistically call these massacres in the last 20 years that has led to just ridiculous amounts of civilian casualties for Palestinians. And like there was, pretext and provocations from Hamas as reported as that, Israel claims in response to these. But are they disproportionate? Yes. and they are committing war crimes. They are hurting lots of people. Just to name a few: Operation Cast Lead, Operation Pillar of Defense, Operation Brother's Keeper, and Operation Protective Edge. Just with Cast Lead, in the wake of Operation Cast Lead, Amnesty International put out a report, an independent human rights report that they titled 22 Days of Death and Destruction, because of the amount of civilian casualties and damage to Palestinian civilian infrastructure. And even now, like the current Operation Swords of Iron, but people refer to as just the Israel-Hamas war. And I'm pulling up Haaretz this morning to see what the latest death count is. And according to what they refer to as the Hamas-controlled health ministry, or the Gaza Health Ministry, 11,240 Palestinians have been killed, and there are still 239 hostages, right?
Oh yeah,
and
it's horrific. But
mm-hmm.
we have to ask ourselves a question, right? The same way we would ask, why would Hamas attack on October 7th? Why did they do what they did? We have to ask the same question of Israel. We can't just stop the conversation there, right? We have to ask, well, Operation Cast Lead, Operation Brother's Keeper, even the blockade of Gaza that happened after 2007, right? Why? Why did Israel do this? And what part does Hamas play in all of this? And who, right, is ultimately responsible for all of this? Now, again, I want to reiterate, I think that Netanyahu has blood on his hands. The Likud has blood on their hands. The IDF has blood on their hands as well. They have engaged in war crimes. I do agree. But simply to look at it from these individual incidences, right? And then extrapolate to everything that Israel does is a war crime, which happens all the time. I'm not saying that you're doing that, but I'm saying that that has been the claim of this whole operation that is happening right now is just a war crime, right? And I disagree with that. I don't think that holds up when you look at the international laws. I don't think that holds up when you look at just the moral justification for these things. And I don't think that holds up when you look at what is the best path to an outcome for a peaceful region. And to be clear, I think that at this point it is pretty clear. Whether or not it will happen, I don't know. But the only path to lasting peace in the region is a 2-state or 3-state solution. But a 1-state solution at this point is just it's just not going to be anything but a travesty. A tragedy, a catastrophe. But let's talk a little bit about Amnesty International since you brought them up. In 2015, on May 27th, they put out a report on Hamas's summarily killing and torturing Palestinians during the 2014 conflict that they had. This is something that Hamas routinely, and again, to this day, engages in. Everything that they did on October 7th, they first practiced on their own people. Once again, these were people who were taken because they were even just working with Israel, right? Just towards peace. They would be, again, accused of being collaborators and taken and tortured. A few of them were even killed. And this has happened up as recently as 2020. Again, there was a individual, and I'll get their name up, hold on, Israeli peace activists via video conference. And the worst part of this was, right, so him and 6 of his fellows were arrested and tortured by Hamas for this. But the almost worse was that it was an Amnesty International reporter that outed them to Hamas. So Amnesty International has some issues, right? It has some good things it's done and some bad things it's done, but it's not exactly free and clear of bias in this. So I want to make that clear. And again, this is just when we talk about
that they're reputable or trustworthy in their reports.
Sometimes, most of the time, I would say most of the time, yes.
Most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I can link you, I don't know if you use media bias factcheck.org.
I don't.
I do, and it will give you the partisan affiliation or leanings of any sort of media outlet or news outlet, and as well as their rate of factuality and how often they make errors, or even if they do make errors, do they retract those errors. And Amnesty International continues to be respected because it is, I believe the bias is only like center left, which is like liberal, and the factuality is very high. So to me, it continues to be trustworthy, and I know that when you say like there's bias, to the extent that individual people within Amnesty, every single person in an organization is going to have their partisan affiliations and leanings. Unless it manifests overtly and in a way that is making the data that they're putting out in their reports unreliable, I kind of accept those biases and just, keep them at the back of my mind, but it isn't enough for me to hand wave it or discredit it. I still do think that they're very reputable.
First of all, $100 from Lex Friedman. Great conversation. Well, thank you. I hope it does go well. And welcome to the stream. I agree with you. Like, we can't just toss a baby out with the bathwater. But we have to keep in mind, again, when we talk about actions by these individuals that might taint the data, I think that this is a clear indication. To its credit in this, Amnesty International did distance itself from this reporter after this happened, right? So, Amnesty International there. But we have to take into account the biases of the reporters in the area that, by necessity, right, they have to be at least able to work with Hamas, because otherwise Hamas would kill them, right? So they can't be too pro-Israel or else, right? They would literally die. And since the subject of this conversation, right, is which is the biggest obstacle to the path to peace, where we can criticize Netanyahu for shutting down protests in his country. Absolutely, he deserves criticism for that. But it is a substantively different thing than what Hamas does to collaborators, right? And Hamas's stated goal of simply wiping all the Jews in Israel off the map. Not just the state, but the people as well. And whereas, again, as you pointed out, Netanyahu is crumbling, his support's crumbling, and there's every indication that after this, he's not going to be in power anymore. That makes him no longer an obstacle. And the obstacle that we can remove democratically is less of an obstacle than the one we have to remove militarily.
And there's two things there that you mentioned, and namely like the Hamas charter, what you mentioned with Amnesty International, and Netanyahu. I'll start with Netanyahu. And to me, everybody who kind of wants to apportion the vast majority of faults and criticisms that they have with Israel is a little bit of like a convenient scapegoat to me. In the same way I felt people did this with Trump, and they looked at Trump as kind of the cause of a lot of issues in America rather than a symptom, and didn't want to, I guess, acknowledge or admit that there were a lot of factors that preceded his election that, would get Americans on board to democratically elect somebody like Donald Trump, whose policies and, politics could not be more different than mine and more different than a majority of Americans, because Hillary Clinton did win the popular vote, right? So I guess that when people would kind of just put so much blame on Trump, and, all the criticism in the world he totally deserves, but thinking that the removal of Donald Trump or the ushering in of a new administration was kind of going to resolve like the majority of the problems, to me is short-sighted, because, Netanyahu represents the face of the Likud party, but even if he exits as PM, which is, it's looking more and more likely, there will still be other members of the Likud party that continue to exercise a large amount of control.
Certainly.
This is at this point Israel's most like far-right government that's in power, and leading to these crackdowns like you're talking about, these very anti-liberal, anti-democratic measures like cracking down on protesters, freedom of expression for Israelis and Arab Israelis. And those all deserve criticism, but I don't like to see it as like he's the cause of the problem, without ever looking at like, well, what is leading Israelis to even democratically support and embrace parties like the Likud and Netanyahu?
That's a great question. Why was he elected initially?
A lot of that had to do with his promise to stop looking to create a Palestine, usher in a two-state solution. Right, which at one point had support among Israelis. At one point, it had support among Palestinians.
It did. Even as late as 2000, that was the people the Israeli government won an election on the idea of ending the occupation and creating two states. That was a winning elected idea, and this is after the far right assassination of Ravid, right? Um, but the question is, right? That is one of the promises he made, but he also made another promise, and one I would argue was more central to why he was elected. His promise to the people of Israel was, "I will keep you safe." And then the question becomes, safe from what? What was happening that perhaps the people decided they might need protection from, right? What was going on at the time that the people of Israel abandoned their more left-leaning kind of representatives and decided to go more right? What was going on then?
Well, do we at least agree that he's failed in that mission to keep Israel
Absolutely,
safe,
absolutely. His promise was a lie. I agree with you.
And part of the reason why it's looking like is because he has become so dependent on these far right extremist settlers in the West Bank that there's kind of this very unsavory symbiotic relationship between the two. Like the far right extremist settlers need the Likud party, need Bibi in office to enact their agenda for Israel, which is, illegally trying to expand settlements on what is internationally recognized to be Palestinian land.
Yep.
And Bibi has to continue to pander to this group to stay in office and to continue to exercise power within Israel. And so in doing so, he had such a fervor to kind of satisfy this very extremist base that he dedicated too much security to defending these settlers in the West Bank. Certainly not any of that going to defend any Palestinians that were the victims of these attacks. And that led to security breaches on October 7th, which made it difficult for
he should be held
the
to
IDF
account.
to kind of and he should be
held
taken
to
out
account
of
for it.
he should be taken out of office.
Absolutely, I agree. Today,
And
not wait. Look, I'm with you on this. If you are asking whether we should remove Netanyahu from office, we don't have a disagreement.
We don't have a disagreement there, but I think you see him as kind of like he's almost like most of the issue with Israel.
He's a face of an issue, but he is not the issue.
Right.
I agree with you. There are settlers in West Bank. I don't know if you read the recent interview with one of those extremist settlers. I forget the name of the interviewer off the top of my head. But again, there is this kind of very, for lack of a better word, evil in the pushing out of these people from their homes, right? It's horrific, and it does merit some action and response. But when it comes to working towards peace, the reason that they're able to get away with that, the reason it's able to fester, is because the people of Israel, right, left, center, right? Even the left-leaning people of Israel. Again, I can reference you professors from Tel Aviv and other left-wing citizens of Israel that have, again, it's not all of them, but a large majority of them have been like, okay, we don't even want a ceasefire at this point, is because they are able to point to the threat, the real actionable threat that the people like Hamas, and Hamas is only one of many, right? We got the 𝕵𝖎𝖎, we got some other, the Hezbollah to the north, we got a lot of Iran funding both groups, right? They feel that they are in an existential threat. And as, what is the quote? We would rather be despised and alive than pitied and dead. And so there is every reason in the world, and I think October 7th really kind of hammered that home to a lot of them, that there is no negotiating with Hamas. There is no path towards peace where that involves Hamas being there and existing. It's just, again, they probably can't dismantle Hamas as an entity on its whole, because again, they have their leaderships in Qatar, right, living the good life. But they can absolutely remove their ability to operate in the West, or in Gaza, I should say. Yeah, so.
I would say that they don't, because that continues to be sort of the stated goal of the IDF and all of those previous operations, which is that, like, yeah, we're going to get rid of Hamas this time. We're going to eliminate them. And even just given the plan and what has taken place over the last sort of month and a half, Do you agree that's basically been a failure and that is not
Oh, I
really a
don't. I
realistic
disagree. I
objective?
disagree. There's evidence, and we don't know, right? So I want to be clear. I can't predict the future. I don't have a crystal ball, but there's evidence that they are, in a very real way, having dismantled their ability to enact their will. Hamas's enact their will in Gaza. I think there is some evidence to suggest that at least for a time, they will be able to at least get rid of them for now. Now, there are serious questions of what comes after. And I think this is where Israel is going to fail. Israel is going to fail because there's going to be a void created of leadership. Who will fill that void? If Israel isn't able to answer that question, they need to be able to answer that question. And if they can't, it's going to be a real big problem. And so we have to I think our advocacy and our pressure should this point being on next steps. What is the plan of the day after tomorrow? There's a great article that was written in the Times of Israel by a man by 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜, right? Who wrote an article of that thing, talking about what needs to happen so that this does not happen again. And again, more evidence that the people of Israel, that Israel as a whole, is wanting to work to a day after tomorrow. Whereas, again, I can bring up you clip after clip after clip of the leadership of Hamas saying we're going to do October 7th again and again and again. We want Israel gone. And so when we compare these two, we could say they both have issues, serious structural issues. It's just not a contest on who's the bigger problem. I don't know.
I think that's where sort of the disconnect here is like you mentioned like the Hamas charter, which the original charter had disgusting anti-Semitic things. I agree with you. At some point they updated the charter, but people don't
in
really talk about that.
2005. Do you know why they updated the charter? Because they were running for election. You know, they won their election in 2006. They run a plurality, not a majority. But the reason the blockade happened in the first place is because in 2007, after, again, a year after the election, they only won like 63 out of the 110 seats. I might have my numbers off there, but there were still people from the other group still had 44 seats until 2007 when they performed a coup and gave them all flying lessons, right? Everyone that wasn't them, they gave them flying lessons. And in fact, like the U.S. Secretary of Defense, right, was calling in, and again, they had contacts there, and Hamas picked up the phone. They're gone. You just have us to deal with now. And in response to that happening, that's why Israel initially implemented the air, sea, and land blockade of Gaza, is because of Hamas's actions and literally just killing everyone that wasn't them in Gaza leadership wise.
And Egypt helps maintain this blockade, but
Yep.
the blockade is recognized by in these international human rights groups that we were talking about to be illegal. Right, and this blockade has been going on for more than a decade, almost. We're approaching like I think 16 years, or like we're approaching 20 years soon. Do you acknowledge that the blockade is completely illegal, right? I realize that Israel has their stated reasons for why they feel the blockade needs to be in place, and it's for the safety of Israelis. But this is at the expense of Palestinian autonomy and rights.
Do you think it's that there isn't a demonstrated safety issue for the people of Israel, right?
But before I answer that, you agree that the blockade is illegal, right?
Sure. I mean, but whether it's illegal or not, honestly, look, if I have to do something illegal to keep my kids alive, I might do that illegal thing. Now, immoral is a question I'm more interested in. Is it immoral? I would say to extend it this long, and how Netanyahu has failed to put other measures in place so that they can lift the plague. Absolutely, yes, I will agree with you there. But I just don't care about it.
So there was like an acceptable period under which Palestinians and Gaza could be placed under a brutal blockade like that.
Initially, I think it was very wise to place them under a blockade after the terrorist organization that had said, hey, we're going to kill all of you. And hey, by the way, we just took over this government of the state and we killed every single one who opposed us. Yeah, at least initially, I think a blockade might have been okay, right?
Okay, so you're okay with the blockade with some caveats, right?
Sure.
But even just on the discussion of the ongoing blockade and the context to Hamas even coming to office, and like you're saying, they got like a plurality.
It should never have been a perpetual thing like I think it has become. Like, I think making it a perpetual thing is where it came from being okay to being not okay. And Netanyahu bears blame in that instead of fixing some of the issues and working towards peace, right? And working towards normalization. Instead, he just sat on the blockade and did nothing. And that is where it became a brutal thing and where it became an unnecessary thing and where it became a very bad thing. Now, that said, I don't think they can lift the blockade today because I think, again, Hamas has demonstrated what would happen if they were able to get into Israel, right? If they were able to get resources and get what they needed to get into Israel, Hamas has shown us exactly what they would do.
I guess the issue to me is like the context leading up to the 2006 elections in which Hamas, came to power within Gaza, is that the Bush administration had a policy of this idea of like democracy promotion. So these elections were encouraged and backed by the United States and urged on the people of Gaza to elect a new leader, right? And in the wake of the corruption of the PA and the PLO, I can get you the citation for this, but it's thought that as a retrospective, the reason why Hamas was able to, everybody's surprise, able to capture at least the plurality was less an embrace of Hamas and more of an openness or willingness for change because Palestinians in Gaza were trying to reject the corruption that the PA and the PLO.
Certainly. I want to be clear. I'm talking about Hamas, not the people of Gaza, not the people of
Right.
Palestine. The people of Gaza hate Hamas in a large part. Like, not all of them, right? But a large part of them do. Like, we had an interview that was shown today on Al Jazeera of a reporter in the hospital asking, interviewing an older gentleman, an older Gazan citizen, and he was like, why is Hamas, why is the resistance, as he called them, hiding with us? Why don't they go and hide in hell? Like, Gazans blame Hamas for this to a large extent because, again, the Gazans recognize who is to blame and the reason why they're getting bombed today is because of Hamas, right? Just straight up.
I would say that I don't think that I know that Gazans don't have favorable views of Hamas currently. There was actually data that was conducted all the way up until the eve of October 6th, funnily enough. And your viewers can look at this on Foreign Affairs that show that among all people in Gaza, so 2.3 million people, they only do a survey sample of that. I think around like 2,300 respondents, 30% still view Hamas favorably, but that's 70% that do not favor them, right?
Oh, yeah.
And elections have not been held for a long period of time
because Hamas won't let them be held. Yeah, absolutely.
Again.
Yeah, I agree.
But I guess, do you not see how it's, to me, a huge issue for Israel to encourage democratic elections, for those elections to also be encouraged by the United States, which backs Israel, and then when they democratically elect Hamas, even if we don't like that choice, right? Jimmy Carter was in Gaza at the time of the elections, and he declared the elections to be free and fair. Mm-hmm. There was not corruption in that election. There was not foul play. They were democratically elected by the people of Gaza to then impose a brutal and illegal economic blockade on the people for having chosen the wrong leader, effectively. And now that all of these civilians have to bear the brunt of a plurality of voters, voting for the wrong party in elections that were urged on by both Israel and the United States.
So again, it's my understanding, and let me double check because I want to make sure I'm clear on this, right? I want to make sure I got my facts straight. But it wasn't the elections that triggered the blockade. It was
there was an attempted coup between Hamas and the PLO.
So again, they didn't punish, and thank you for the gift subs, 𝕵𝖔𝖎, and I really appreciate the support, gang. So again, right? It wasn't the fact that they elected a plurality. That's not why the blockade happened. It's because this plurality that got elected killed everyone else, and so they were like, okay, we have to do something, right? We have to, and maybe look, I don't know if that was the best decision ever. Probably not in retrospect, but they had to do something, right? And perhaps they should have gone in and bombed them right then, but then we would have the same complaints that we have today.
Well, they have been bombing through these operations, right? It's not like they stopped bombing. It's been that. But I want to pull this up, right? Because the reason why I said that the blockade was the sort of ended up being a punishment for the election of Hamas.
Mm.
This is, not my opinion. I'm citing the opinion of the UN Human Rights Council. So there was a legal analysis conducted by the UN Human Rights Council. The year escapes me, but let me pull it up. And this, for anyone who wants to look it up, it was the report of the fact-finding mission, talking about like the main question was like, what is the reason that Israel has instituted this blockade, right?
Can you link me the report, please? I just want to
Sure.
follow along.
Give me a second.
And I was telling my audience this. There's so much data, right, on this, like going on this conflict from its inception. That, again, if you're familiar with it all, bravo to you. But no, I don't. I've never met anyone who isn't familiar with all of it, right? So.
Oh yeah, I mean, it could be an entire job just trying to follow this. Give me a second. Mission, UN, because I just have like certain screenshots of it. Right.
I just again wanna follow along. That's all.
This time might take a second here.
Okay. Yeah. And I do want to say, like, while you're looking at that, thank you for coming in and talking to me about this. I think that my views do need to be challenged on this. I think that everyone's views should be challenged on this. No one should just be swallowing propaganda on either side, right? They need to at least see what because there's so much propaganda on this. Researching this topic, the extra point of difficulty is that there are people on both sides who are invested in making the other side look monstrous. And you have to kind of sift the wheat from the chaff when it comes to what is being shared and why it's being shared and who is sharing it. Like Jackson Hinkle has decided to make this his kind of cause celeb. But we all know that Jackson Hinkle is not a trustworthy source, for example. So you have to just kind of. But that doesn't mean what he's saying is a lie. Okay, sorry.
I would invite him like trustworthy, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean what he's saying is a lie. So you have to actually look at it, right? Like if he cites a source or something. But yeah, you just gotta keep this all in mind. And so, gang, if you're watching this and you are watching my takes on this and you are taking everything I say as gospel, don't do that. Look at it on your own. Research it on your own. Take what I say, check to see if it's true. Because, again, Whick, as beautiful as he is not perfect. And so
I can only find the press release because I'm on like a different computer that's not mine. I have it downloaded. It's not letting me send it, but the part that I wanted to read out. So this was the most authoritative legal analysis that was crafted by the UN. And it was chaired by a retired judge of the ICC or the International Criminal Court to try to investigate, like, what is the reason for the blockade?
Justice Carl Hudson Phillips, to be clear, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And one finding was the blockade was inflicting disproportionate damage upon the civilian population in the Gaza Strip, and as such, the interception by Israel could not be justified and therefore has to be considered illegal. So I know you said you don't really care about legality, but that's just speaking to that.
Sure.
And then two, this is mostly what we're talking about. One of the principal motives behind the imposition of the blockade was the desire to punish the people of the Gaza Strip for having elected Hamas. The combination of this motive and the effect of the restrictions on the Gaza Strip leave no doubt that Israel's actions and policies amount to collective punishment as defined by international law.
But then my question would be, why did they not do it as soon as Hamas was elected, right? Why wait?
And I wouldn't want to answer that because I don't want to give you incorrect speculation, right? But another issue is that, Bibi did assist in the funding of Hamas, so that there would be rivalry between the PLO and...
That was a stupid idea and a stupid mistake.
There's a Times of Israel article, if people just look up, like, Bibi Netanyahu, Hamas, Qatar, in which someone part of the, like, close to Bibi talked about him effectively begging the government of Qatar to continue funding Hamas, and he basically said that anybody who wants to defeat, like or prevent a two-state solution needs to be supporting Hamas, right? Because they don't want a reasonable Hamas or a
Just one
reasonable
more reason that
organization, right?
Netanyahu has to go. Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
to me, it's like, is it right? Like I was saying, like all of that, and we got away from it a little bit. Was that, is it right to punish a civilian population for effectively choosing the wrong regime after they encouraged democratic elections upon them, right? That were free and fair, even if we didn't like the choice. Just,
No.
a plurality. So
But
no,
the
right?
question is, was that why they did it? And if it was, why didn't they do it when the election happened? Why did they wait for Hamas to kill a bunch of the Fatah, right? And that's a question, right? I don't know the answer. You don't know the answer. Like we
Well,
don't have the information.
I can't know, and I'm not an expert on this.
Sure.
Obviously, I'm just a layman, so I just defer to fact-finding missions like the UN and these respected like international bodies that are impartial and can conduct retrospective and give
Do we
to the
think the
best of their ability.
Human Rights Council of the UN is impartial when it comes to Israel?
I would say yes. Why?
Well, simply because I just do not think that's true. I think that's it has shown that it is not impartial when it comes to Israel. We can look at um, the very recent. Well, first of all, Iran sits on it, so there's that. And second of all, we can look at their resolution that was promoted by Canada to condemn the attacks on Hamas. It didn't pass. They didn't condemn it. So when you fail to condemn again the October 7th attacks on Hamas, I think that you're probably not probably not unbiased when it comes to the Israel-Palestinian conflict. I don't know. It's just a suspicion I might have. I could be wrong, and
Well, like
I'm not
on
going to die on this hill, but that is something that gives me pause. But like, well, if you're not willing as a body to condemn the attacks on October 7th, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't have issue with people criticizing these. I just don't like people completely outright dismissing them because they may have like one or two issues with them,
Sure.
because I don't think that makes them irredeemably problematic, and that you have to assess each decision and resolution that they pass or attempt to pass. You have to contextualize that. You have to
Yeah.
ask, and see on an individual basis, like, is this something that merits criticism or not? But I don't think it overall, really ruins the credibility of the UN, in my opinion. And like as far as other resolutions that like can't be passed, so like almost every year there is a resolution that is called the Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine. And they vote on it every year, and around like 150 countries will vote yes, this should be settled. And of course, namely among those that refuse to vote yes are the United States, Israel, a couple of other, smaller nations. Places like Australia and like Guatemala end up abstaining from it. So, in the same way you're perplexed
Sure,
that
but
like why can't the
why
attack
does the U.S.
be
do that?
condemned? It's like, well, why can't this be, this
Yeah.
conflict that's been ongoing for so long that, only is, relative to other ongoing international humanitarian issues. Israel is the size of New Jersey. Israel has like I think 15 million people. Palestine is populated by 2.3 million people. The West Bank, a few more. Like, why is it that this conflict has not been settled? There is always just this talk of like, it's always an emphasis on the process, the peace process, but then it ends up being more process than peace. Like, why is it that it can't be settled? And that was already an obstacle before Hamas had even come to democratic power, right? Long before 2006, there was an issue with settling this, and it will be there long after. What's going on now? Like, even just if I could talk like just briefly about like what Gaza is, because we kind of just talk about like the blockade, and I don't know if people really have like a good idea of like what it means for you to be in a territory that is under a brutal economic blockade and an ongoing military occupation, right? So Gaza is among one of the most densely populated areas in the whole world. It is more dense than Tokyo. It's less dense than Singapore. It has 2.3 million people.
62nd most populated.
Right. It's universally described in, by many as one of the most densely populated areas. So there's no kind of like talking about that. It's extremely dense. And then on top of it, just the size, right? It's 5 miles by 25 miles. So it's shorter than the length of a marathon. And half of the population of Gaza is children or minors. So people under the age of 18, people under the age, I think 40% are under the age of 15. So it's still a lot. Just, I've seen so many people be like, yeah, the children of Gaza, because I guess they think that like a lot of it is like 15 to 17-year-olds, but the only people who I hear try to argue that like 15 to 17-year-olds aren't really children are like creeps, in my opinion. So those are still kids, right? You're you're a teenager, you're highly impressionable. They're very, very young. And then 70% are refugees or the descendants of refugees, because the question of Palestine has never really been settled. So a lot of these people don't really have a true national identity. They're not American, they're not Israeli. That continues to be unsolved. And given not just the context of like the past the operations, right, and like the density, like all of the continual bombardments and operations that have been conducted, like what does that do to a population of people that for the most part nobody is going inside Gaza and nobody is leaving Gaza, with very, very few exceptions. I think they issue about 40,000 work permits, but 40,000 in the context of 2.3 million being the denominator, that's like less than 2% around there, right? And all of these people being collectively punished for Hamas, which according to the United States has 20 to 25,000 members, according to more recent estimates by the IDF.
40,000.
30,000, 40,000, right? And now they're talking about like how much of it operates in tunnels, right? How much of Hamas is operating in tunnels, which kind of begs the question, if we know that they have foreign backers, right? If we know that they have not held elections in a long time, if we know that they're operating in tunnels, why is it that Israel is conducting an aerial bombardment and bombing hospitals, refugee camps, bakeries, civilian infrastructure, gave weird. A 24-hour notice to get 1.1 million people to,
flee,
and then as they're trying to leave the Rafah crossing,
like, bombing them. Clear, that 24-hour notice was extended, and largely because of Biden, to be clear. And I want to make.
I was about to say, like, if we just talk about what Israel's plan was before they had to succumb to international pressure, right, and pressure from the United States, and international outcry, which is certainly better than nothing. There were statements made by their defense minister, Yoav Gallant, saying that we are dealing with human animals, and this is in the context of them announcing their complete siege, in which there's not going to be food, there's not going to be water, there's not going to be fuel admitted to these people, right? So he makes that's one statement of dehumanization. The President Isaac Herzog on October 8th making the statement and implying that civilians in a lot of ways are responsible for October 7th.
He did, but then he was challenged on that and said, "Are you saying that they're all the civilians are legal targets?" And the minister says, "No, I did not say that." So he did push back on that. But I agree, yikesy statements, very bad.
He did,
condemn,
but in the context of him announcing a total siege that's going to affect more than just Hamas, it's going to primarily affect like civilians. Do you think that when he kind of walks that back gently, but they still announce the siege, does he really mean that? Did he speak? Do you think he spoke artfully the first time?
It's a fair question, and to see if he really really meant that, we have to look at their behavior, right? What did they do? How have they done it? And you did bring up hospitals and things being bombed, and it's really weird to me how the IDF has faced almost no resistance going through Gaza until they get close to the hospitals. Then all of a sudden they're engaged in these massive firefights. Curious. I don't know why that could be. Like what reason that could happen. But no, let's talk about it, right? And let's see that, again, initially, yes, only 24 hours notice, very bad. I condemned it. Biden condemned it. A lot of people condemned it. A lot of people pushed back. It was extended to over a week, right? Shutting off food, water, power.
If Israel had it their way, they would not have extended it, right? They would have only given them 24 hours to do that.
But this is the thing. We can work with Israel and pressure Israel, but we can't with Hamas. There's a reason no one pressured Hamas, right? Because we all knew and understood that they're not going to listen to us. No, they don't give a shit, right? So again, point in my favor of who is more to blame for the peace process, we can influence Israel. We cannot influence Hamas.
I would say that the United States, given that they're a client state of ours, and the considerable amount of leverage that we have over Israel, is not really attempting to assert that leverage for whatever reason. I feel like at this point, the United States, as this continues to go on, is basically in a murder-suicide pact with Israel, because it seems like all of the
A
negative press, all of the
murder-suicide pact? Do you think what...
oh, absolutely. Because do you think that
Really?
this bodes? Do you think you know, for the most part, 11,000 people bombed in less than 2 months. More children bombed and killed in like a month than were killed in all of the war zones in 2019, for the year 2019,
Well,
2020,
in a month, if we're talking
in a
total,
month and
that's
a half.
just not true, right?
What do you
But
mean?
if we're talking, so like, yes, in the last month compared to Syria and other conflict zones around the world, yes, unfortunately, and it's a horrific thing, more children have died. But if you look at the whole of the conflict in Syria, for example, no, that again, the number is dwarfed by Syria.
Here,
Just
wait. Give
100%.
me give me a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
I will show you the citation that I was reading. It's real.
Like well, not all, but there's a lot of the photos going around showing Gazan suffering is a lot of them, the fake ones, are from Syria, right? Yeah,
Yeah, I don't like when people do that.
it
It's
sucks.
pretty disgusting.
It is.
Um, it was this.
Okay.
This press release, and if you're wondering, like, what is the authenticity of this organization, this I could find it from
It's
CNN.
Save the
CNN
Children, to be
reported
clear,
on it.
right?
Yeah,
Look, it's asking me to stay on the. Just
and just
let me
read
read it.
the if you could just like
Okay,
read the
sure. The number
headline.
of children reported and killed in Gaza in just 3 weeks has surpassed the annual number of children killed across the world's conflict zones since 2009. Save the Children said. Um, I press an X to doubt on this one. I don't think
Really?
this is correct.
No?
Yeah,
CNN reported on this.
I think it's wrong. Like they also look, CNN, the New York Times also reported that the IDF bombed that hospital and killed 500 people. Turned out to be incorrect. So again, I don't have anything at my fingertips to show you that this is wrong, but just look up the number of lives lost in Darfur or in Syria or in any of these conflict zones when it comes to children. And yes, it's probably I'm gonna bet the bank on this. Probably more, but I could
I
be
see.
wrong. Maybe I am.
I disagree. I think the figure is accurate that Israel has bombed more children than those war zones. But even like on the hospital thing, right? Like, that was such a big story for like a week, right? And it was kind of going back and forth with like testimony and like video calls and trying to use satellite image to determine like who had done this. Was this part of a like rocket misfire from Hamas, or something, or some sort of projectile from Palestine, or was it like shrapnel or some sort of part of a missile from Israel, right? And it was initially reported that it had been Israel, and then they reversed course on that. And when the spokesperson Miller for the State Department, I believe, for Biden administration, when he was asked, would you conduct an independent investigation to see what the root cause of that particular hospital incident was? You know what he said?
I don't know what he individually said. No,
He said no.
fair enough.
So he said that the United States would be refusing to conduct an independent
Did he say
investigation.
why?
And yes, he did. He said it this. I can pull it up,
Please
the
do.
transcript of what he
Because I
said.
can imagine a lot of reasons to say no to that. Like, for example, we don't want to we don't want to step on, like, there's a reason we have jurisdiction, right? In America, when a crime is committed and it's not always the FBI investigating, we have jurisdictions, right? So I'd imagine that it could be a perfectly acceptable answer to say, nah, we don't want to step on their jurisdiction toes, right? But we do have evidence about the hospital bombing that, again, at the very least, calls into question the initial reporting on that, right? I think that the New York Times was especially galling, showing a picture under their headline of an entirely different spot in Gaza that had been bombed. And again, the implication being that that was the hospital, that was the damage done, that was what happened there. And it turned out to just not be true. So yeah.
Yeah, so this was the U.S. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller answering whether the U.S. would support an international investigation to the Gaza hospital bombing. This was October 19th, and I'm going to link it to you. This is the press release from the White House. And the part that I want to read is...
can you give me like a page number? Or
yeah, if you search and find initial assessment, it should come up. And I'll read out loud where it says, okay, like, question. Okay, and finally, just on the attack on the Ali hospital, you said that you're sure that actually it wasn't the Israelis who did that. And Mr. Miller's response was, I said it was our initial assessment based on the information that is available to us. Let me just say I don't want to play media critic here, but I will say that I do think this event was a reminder of everyone, this includes officials in the government, but officials in the government, everyone that watches the conflict, that commentates on it, it would be wise for all of us to take a beat and pause and collect the information. The end of that says, we stand up here every day, we defend Israel. I would hope that everyone who is watching what's happening would not take claims from a terrorist organization at face value. I agree with him on that. Hamas is not a trustworthy source. I would never cite a Hamas source.
I don't think anybody does he say he's not okay with an independent investigation?
Right after that. So he says, like, they just want to make sure that he's saying for sure that we don't believe that the Israelis did it. We believe that Hamas did it. And so it said, question, sorry, Mr. Miller, yeah, question. It's precisely because of that in the region, as you know, there's mistrust over the Israelis saying, and actually the U.S. position as well, because there's previous administrations that took us to war in Iraq on a lie that was defended on a very high level, including behind this podium. That's why people are cynical when you hear something. We might not know the truth, but would the United States support an international investigation? They get cut off, Mr. Miller. I do not believe that is appropriate at this time. The Israeli government has released a great deal of evidence to support their contention. This was a misfire rocket attack from inside Gaza that unfortunately landed on the hospital and killed, it looks like, hundreds of civilians. The U.S. government is conducting its own assessment. I would just say from Hamas's side, we've seen a claim backed up by zero evidence, and it's unfortunate that a lot of people believe a claim from a terrorist organization in absence of them having provided any evidence at all when you're seeing the Israeli government provide evidence.
Okay.
So I know that the Israeli government did provide evidence, but I don't see how, if you're completely sure that Hamas did this and was responsible for this particular hospital attack, what would be the problem with conducting an independent investigation unless the United States is covering for Hamas, which doesn't make sense to me.
Wait, right? That's the only reason you can think they would say it's not appropriate to have an investigation in a war zone at this time?
I'm saying that's a side effect of, by them saying it's not appropriate to conduct an independent investigation. They've already squarely placed the blame on Hamas. They said, we know for sure that they have done it and that Israel's provided evidence that they're not. Then an investigation would actually confirm that and only make it positive. That would be something that they could waive and show people. We have incontrovertible proof and an independent investigation that verified that Hamas did in fact bomb this and it wasn't Israel. Okay. I feel like one of the main motivations
no one would
to
be
not allow independent
investigation. But I'm like anyone who's okay. So you can give, and this is the same with flat earthers, this is the same with 9/11 truthers, etc. No matter what evidence you give them, no matter how official it is, and in fact, the more official it is, the more it will be doubted in some cases, right? And so,
earthers, sure, but I'm just talking about general, regular Americans and anybody who's following this conflict, and just regular civilians in all developed and non-developed countries. I think that for the most part, an independent investigation by something like the UN, by something like Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International, would only make a stronger case to indicate that this was in fact from Hamas, especially if the United States is claiming it. But what they're effectively saying is that you should trust the Israeli government, you should trust the United States independent investigation, right? But why can't there be an independent investigation that's completely impartial, that is not biased by neither Israel's interest nor the United States' interest? You know, I will just say that I'm perplexed by that, because that comes off that if you're entirely sure that it's Hamas, why would you cover for them?
When it comes to Israel-Palestine, it's hard to find an unbiased actor. Let's just be clear, right? It's very, very hard to find an unbiased actor in this conflict. And I would admit that, yes, there's a reason that people don't trust the United States investigation of this, is because they see the United States, as you probably do, as a biased actor that has interest in this region, right? Mm-hmm. This is true for most of, like, even if we got NATO to do it, people would just say, oh, that's just America pulling the strings, right?
Well, I was going to say, I feel like NATO wouldn't exactly be impartial, because that
exactly, right? And whereas people would say on Israel's side, right, oh, the UN isn't impartial here. Like, Iran sitting on the Human Rights Council right now, right? They're not exactly in our favor here. And so, again, it's hard to find an unbiased actor. The reason that I think that the situation in the hospital is a good kind of litmus tests for what kind of level of acceptance people would have for the information, is because there were independent sources that were verifying this stuff. Like, it wasn't the U.S. Department that convinced me. It wasn't the Israeli uh, information that convinced me. It was, again, seeing the geolocation of the rocket, seeing the videos, seeing the evidence on the ground of what happened,
But
hearing,
don't you
again,
think
all
that
these
like
reports coming in, the fact that no shrapnel or anything like that was found on the scene from the rocket, so we couldn't test that. Like, again, maybe, and I would agree with you. Eventually, it might be a call to have an independent investigation, but in the middle of a war zone during this operation, I don't know, right? I could
I
see
mean,
it being not
I hope the
appropriate,
Biden
right?
administration reverses course on that. I think it would be appropriate because I do think that it's important to, in the fog of war, not allow there to be kind of open inquiry and journalistic access to, or like, journalistic access to this area, even though it is dangerous, right? So we can get accurate, factual, independent, on the ground reporting
Sure.
as things are happening. Because some of the reason why they don't want investigation, this goes both ways. There are reasons for everybody to champion this, because the longer you wait to conduct these investigations, the longer that if Hamas is responsible for something, they can cover up evidence that could have been key in kind of indicting them, or vice versa, right? Any party that's there that has, committed some sort of legal wrongdoing or atrocity, the longer that you wait, the easier that it is. And I like there to be cooperation among like respected countries, like Western countries
Sure, why
especially,
not? I'll give you
with
this one.
these,
Yeah,
right?
sure, I'll give you this one. I
Because
just
surely like
yeah,
a weapons inspector, like a professional
sure.
weapons inspector, can tell the difference between a Hamas rocket and shrapnel from an Israeli missile, whether it misfired or something like that. So, I hope the United States reverses course on that, because I think these things really do, like, I know that there are some people who will, no matter what evidence you present them with, it's just more evidence against it, right? Like the conspiracy mind, right? But for the most part, I think like, open access to these things does restore faith in people being able to say for sure one way or the other, like get an accurate picture of like what's going on the ground,
Mm.
right? Because I do think it's a precarious
Do you,
position for civilians to be in, to only be able to rely on the State Department of any country. I'm not speaking just specifically to the
I
United
get you.
States. So like only Canada, only Mexico, only whatever country it is. Kind of like, we shouldn't. It's more of a trust but verify thing, right?
My concern here, right, is that it is in the middle of a war zone. And again, I'm not a legal expert. I am not an expert on investigations during in the middle of a wartime. But in, again, as you said, the most densely packed, one of the most densely packed cities in the world,
Mm-hmm.
the 62nd most densely. I Having an independent source that is able to be safe and able to get accurate information there while there is an ongoing operation, it's going to be fraught. So I can understand and fair. Like, I don't blame you for hoping the State Department reverses course. And fair
Mm-hmm.
enough, right? There probably should be, if it's possible, an independent, verified source on this. Absolutely.
The
But
reason why I guess I just don't like the
yeah,
lack of cooperation is because if there's a lack of cooperation and these independent councils and organizations start to render agnostic or neutral judgments about um, like what went on, like if Israel doesn't want to cooperate with an independent investigation, they say, well, there's no wrongdoing here because like they weren't allowing us basically to investigate, then that only incentivizes countries to actually have more opacity and like not allow people in to verify, because they know that even if we don't cooperate, apparently we kind of get just like a neutral judgment, right? Like they can't say that we were clean, but they also can't say that we did anything wrong. So I don't like this, I
okay,
guess, kind of exclusion of like journalists being
sure.
able to go into this. There are already people within the Israeli government that are being outspoken about other members of the Israeli government trying to deny freedom of information requests,
Yeah.
using kind of like the shroud of war to say like, well, things are too chaotic right now, because you never want to. That's like, now is kind of the litmus test and the most important time to be rigorously upholding those, those standards and principles like freedom of the press, free speech, free inquiry, free protesting, right?
Mm.
Like there is kind of an impulse for people for security reasons, right, to kind of like let these liberties slowly be eroded, but you don't want like Patriot Act
I
2.0,
understand.
right? Or like
No, I
Israelis
get
don't
you.
want that to
I
happen.
agree with you. I agree with you, in fact. But again, like Israel isn't the only one not wanting people to go and investigate right now. Hamas is Hamas is doing its best to not let independent investigators in as well. They let their own people in, obviously, and people sympathetic to their cause. But yeah, it's a fraught situation either way. So fair enough. I'll grant you that yes, there probably should be into all of this, to be clear, into the October 7th attacks. Everything should be independently verified as much as we possibly can. There are time crunches on this information, though, right? Like unfortunately, in some cases, I think the time has already passed, and
elapsed, right?
yeah, and that's is what it is, right? We don't have infinite resources, and we have to choose where we focus on.
Right.
But I think it's all distracting,
like
though.
is...
This is all a distraction from the original conversation. We do realize that. So, regardless of who bombed that hospital, IDF or Hamas, and even if it was the IDF, war crime, cool, shouldn't have done that, really bad. We get to the question again. Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that Israel should have had a military response to the events of October 7th? That when Hamas did its thing, that they should have retaliated somehow in a military fashion?
I think Israel has the right and the responsibility towards their civilian population and to their own military to secure the safety of every man, woman, and child living in Israel at the time, to make sure that they are safe and protect their own citizens defensively, right? This offensive response that I'm seeing, right, or what they claim would probably be defensive, this Operation Swords of Iron, I don't see a good reason to be conducting themselves. I do think that, like, from day one, there should have been a ceasefire.
So you don't think they should have? So from day one, so October 7th happens.
And I'm parroting what was the U.S. State Department's line really quick. Like, Anthony Blinken tweeted right after in the wake of the attack, calling for a ceasefire, and then deleted it within the hour.
Yeah, because it was stupid.
We uncritically stand.
To be clear, like calling for a ceasefire the moment it happened, right? What? So let me interrogate this a little bit. So again, to be clear, what you're saying is that, again, October 7th happens. 1,200, I think, is the official number now, right? They don't have Gazan's super technology where they can automatically identify and count the bodies, like, right there. So they have to go through it like old-fashioned way. And so it's fluctuating, but I think the current count is the 1,200 civilians. They come in, they murder and slaughter 1,200 civilians, and, well, not all civilians, some were IDF, let's give you that. 1,200 Israelis get killed. They retreat back. Israel does nothing militarily. They ceasefire.
No. Not nothing, but the
militarily, to be clear. I'm not talking diplomacy, I'm talking militarily.
But not talking about diplomacy or anything that
I'm
is
talking
just
a military
matter of,
strike.
like, defense. Yeah, I don't think so, no. I don't think that they should not be retaliating in this way, because given everything that I outlined with what these circumstances are because of the blockade and 2.3 million people being there. So, like, we talk about security.
So not even special forces being dropped in to target them and go through the tunnels? Nothing?
Oh, if you were asking me, like, initially, right? Like, right after, in the wake of it.
Yes, that was the question. Initially, should there be any kind of military retaliation at all?
But I don't, like, special operations to go in and try to target specifically Hamas. Yes, then I would agree with you, right? Special forces doing that, then I would agree with you. But this, like,
that's not a ceasefire, to be clear. Right, that wouldn't be a ceasefire. That would be them coming in and killing Hamas, right?
Immediately in the wake of it, do I find it appropriate for them to say that we definitely have this plan to be able to do it? I wouldn't personally trust it, and my reasoning being that if they had a security failure that could not foresee the incursion that Hamas led against the fence that keeps the partition between Gaza and Israel, if they don't have the intelligence to have insight into an attack like that, how do they have the insight so quickly to say we know where Hamas is, that we could specifically target them and carry out a special operation within the next 24 hours and definitely for sure not be in violation of international law and not cause reckless harm to civilians?
Well, there's a few things with that, right? So one of the reasons is the security, again, we're going to be investigating this for a long time. I don't want to put out misinformation. This is just my gut, gang. I want to be very clear. I don't have any special access here. I don't know. This is just my best guess from statements that have been made on various occasions, right, by various people who are in a position to know more than me, is that Netanyahu, the Likud, the IDF thought of Hamas as kind of a joke, right? They didn't take them seriously. They thought they were kind of like toothless, and so they weren't really worried about them being able to successfully carry out an attack at the magnitude they did. It didn't mean that they didn't know who they were, where they were, that they didn't have intel on Hamas at all, right, and its locations. It just meant that they didn't take them seriously. In fact, there is some evidence to suggest that Egypt tried to warn them that something was coming like this, and they just kind of brushed it off, right? There is something. Again, we don't know. This is supposition. Please take it large grain of salt, but this is kind of what we'll find out in the coming months of when we kind of take this apart. But if that's the case, just if I may, if I may, just real quick, but to act as if they didn't have any ability to strike back at targets or try to rescue the hostages, I don't know how to talk to you about that, because I think that we all understand that in any other country that is attacked in a manner that they would have the ability and, in fact, the responsibility to try to strike back at the entity that had attacked them in the first place, and to get their people back at the very least. At the very least, to go in and try to rescue the hostages, no?
Then what is the purpose, for example, for things like total siege? Why can there not be food, water, fuel administered to just the civilian population?
I think that was a bad
military
thing.
advantage of that?
There is none, and I think that was a bad thing. I think they should like, I can understand like cutting off fuel and power, but food and water, no. I think that was and I'm glad that they reversed course on that.
I would not, I guess, agree with you with saying that fuel isn't essential, because the fuel is necessary to run the hospitals.
There's plenty of fuel in Gaza.
Hospitals have, and yes, you're going to say Hamas has it,
yeah.
But we have no way of knowing whether they are or are not. And this is not me carrying water for Hamas. I'm just saying the question is not clear. If hospitals continue running, where they are getting that fuel. So if Hamas has fuel, and their hospitals continue to run, even though some hospitals have already been depleted of fuel, I don't know whether or not Hamas is giving them that. I don't think, from what I can see, that Hamas is very interested in administering aid to civilians. I don't think that they really care about most civilians. I think they don't really exist to govern Palestinians. They exist to try to
wipe out Israel.
To be a resistance force to Israel, which is the occupying power. But yeah, there's a huge disconnect there. But, Israel controls the fuel. They didn't need to end up punishing all of these civilians and, withhold that. Like, people who are on life support in these hospitals will die if they don't have fuel. Newborn infants that are in need of like neonatal care will die if they don't have this fuel, right?
Yeah.
There were bombings of a convoy of different ambulances. Like, how is this acceptable to me? Because again, if they are saying that Hamas is
is it still an ambulance? If the ambulance is driving around Hamas resistance fighters, quote unquote, right? If they're all got their RPGs, they're in their sneakers, and they're got their AK-47s, and they're driving around to the various targets, is it still an ambulance at that point?
If you just said though that we know that the IDF is saying Hamas primarily operates underground under hospitals and tunnels, right? What is it rational to assume that Hamas, even though they have fuel, they have water, they have food underneath in these tunnel networks, that they are going above ground and getting in hospital and ambulances and riding around for fun?
Who do you think the IDF is having firefights with in Gaza?
But do you think that Hamas is doing that?
Yes, I think Hamas is absolutely doing that. I think Hamas is absolutely fighting the IDF. I think 66 IDF forces have been killed in combat in Gaza.
To fight the IDF, yes, right?
So how do they get there? Right.
But why would they? Is it rational to assume that they would be, when they have the underground network and they have medical care underground in these tunnels, like according to the IDF, why are they going up and risking being caught in ambulances and turning on the sirens so they can be bombed?
Well, to provide cover so that they don't look like the targets that they are. It's camouflage, right? It's a reason that Hamas wears civilian clothing, which is a war crime, to be clear. They dress in civilian clothing. They don't wear uniforms, right? They wear the sneakers, the jeans, the t-shirts, and stuff like that, in order to blend in around them and be camouflaged. So the IDF, who, surprisingly enough, does try to limit civilian casualties, won't just immediately blow them away, right? And that's absolutely how they operate. They come out from their tunnels, they get into their vehicles, they perform their strike, they get back, they go back in. That's how they're doing it. And there's a reason that they're fighting more and more heavily when we get closer and closer and closer, or the IDF, I should say, gets closer and closer and closer to their bases of operations, is because they have no more room to maneuver. That's where they've been operating from. That's their fort, if you will. And much like any kind of fort, it's where all your supplies are. And if you get cut off from that, you're gone. And so that's why they've been doing that. Absolutely is why they've been using
Israel
civilian.
meaningfully trying to curtail civilian casualties and protect
Meaningfully is an
Palestinians
interesting word.
from Hamas when they're announcing things on October 8th, like no food, no fuel, no water, nothing. And this is according to the Associated Press News as of November 3rd, 2023. The average Palestinian in Gaza is living on 2 pieces of bread a day, according to a UN official.
Yeah, I already said that I was.
But that is within Israel's purview. They could be giving them
food.
But
Israel, instead of doing that, have said, get out. They've said, evacuate. And we have evidence that they have been protecting them from Hamas, who is trying to keep them from evacuating. As one individual on my show, in fact, a few weeks ago said that Hamas views all these people as traitors who should be shot in the head for giving up the fight and fleeing. And we have video evidence of Hamas shooting at people trying to evacuate. They have planted IDEs like IEDs and things like that to explode, right? On these evacuation routes. And we've seen evidence of them, again, using snipers to pick off people who are things. Like, there are people shooting at the evacuees, but they're not the IDF. It's Hamas who wants, again, to use them as human shields.
They're just bombing. They're just bombing all of them indiscriminately. And
you say indiscriminately, but if it was indiscriminately in this most densely packed nation, the 62nd most densely packed city in the world, the casualty rate wouldn't be 10,000. It would be like 100,000.
I don't think that the death count alone is like kind of the defense that you think it is, mostly because all that tells me is that just like it's surprising. One, it's likely that there's
just a real quick question.
That doesn't mean that Israel's not trying to do that effectively. When you consider the blockade, the occupation, that they can't leave, because at least in other countries when there's war zones, you can flee, right? You can attempt to get away from it. But all these people can do is move what is one of the most densely populated areas in the whole world twice as densely populated over by forcing them into the other part of Gaza, right? And like I don't think people really conceptualize the panic that is. Like, there is difficulty evacuating even cities when there's like hurricanes in the United States, right? Because of the traffic that happens, people's cars run out of gas, right? So, like, initially, right, again, if Israel had it their way and they didn't succumb to any international pressure to change giving these people 24 hours, if they had it their way, they would give people 24 hours to flee. And this includes people that are elderly, people that are disabled, people that have to be convinced to leave all their worldly possessions behind, leave behind family mementos, leave behind toys for your kids, leave behind family pictures, leave behind even packing, right? And just go to the other side. Like, it would be for us, like, if you had to evacuate.
If a thing that didn't actually happen had happened, it would be worse. Absolutely. But that's not what happened. What happened is Israel did succumb to international pressure and gave them a week in advance and are currently aiding in the evacuation of civilians. And let me ask you a question. If Israel was just indiscriminately killing Gazans, right? Palestinians just willy-nilly, right? Indiscriminately. Why does Hamas wear civilian clothing and use civilian infrastructure to blend in? If it had no effect on Israel's waging war, it had no effect on their ability to target and destroy Hamas, why would they do that? Because again, if, as you say, it was simply indiscriminate, it wouldn't have any effect. It would provide no cover. It would provide no defense at all. They would just kill them, blow them away, bomb them, right? But they're not doing that. Instead, Hamas is acting as if, right? And we have all the evidence in the world that they believe and are acting as if Israel is being discriminate with its attacks.
I guess like the issue that I have with what you said about like, okay, if you imagine a fantasy world where that like did happen, then that would be bad, but that's not the world that we live in. I would agree, but I've heard you on your stream make multiple arguments that Hamas is more dangerous because you ask the question that
Sure.
if Hamas had the power and the funding of the IDF, what do you think they would do to Israel, right? And that would be an extremely grisly, bloody image that I don't even want to conceive of, because I would agree with you. It would likely not bode well for any civilian, Palestinian or Israeli, or any foreign national who is in that area, for anyone there, because I don't think that they necessarily have any regard for civilian life, as they've demonstrated. So I would agree with you there, but you're engaging in that sort of hypothetical to point out that like Hamas is worse than Israel. But then when I point out like what is hardly, I guess, to me, like a hypothetical, because I'm just going off of Israel's stated plan and trying to eliminate the variables that end up making them adjust their plan, which are international pressure and pressure from like the United States
and other
24-hour
notice. Let's go with that. Okay, let's go with that. Okay, fair enough.
Which
even in your hypothetical, where they only gave 24-hour notice, and they kept cutting off the food, water, power, all of that, right? It would still be better than Hamas's stated goals, right? It would still be more notice than Hamas would ever give to the Israelis, right? So even in that worst case scenario,
standard,
right?
I don't want to hold Israel to the standard of is it better than Hamas, because that's an extremely low bar to clear.
That's the debate. That's what you called me to talk about.
If the control variable is always just Hamas rather than who is more likely to be in flagrant violation of international humanitarian law time and time again,
Hamas.
I would say it's Israel.
Still, Hamas
because I think people look at October 7th and they rightfully have the horror of seeing the massacre of civilians. It's senseless, right? But it's mostly because I guess it's short range that people seem to think that it is less grisly or somehow more inhumane than Israel dropping white phosphorus from the sky on a civilian population that can't leave.
Do you have evidence of them dropping? Because I've seen people post things about how Amnesty International and things have said about the white phosphorus, but I've not seen.
Do you just mean for this recent attack or in the past? Because
for the recent attack. In the past, I'll just grant it to you, right? But no, I even there, I do think that Hamas is. So here's the difference between Hamas and Israel, okay? And the IDF, to be clear, because again, we're not talking about Palestinians, we're talking about Hamas. Just as like we're not talking about Israelis, we're talking about the IDF, okay? I want to make that distinction clear. Right. The difference here is that when Hamas attacks, they only target the military so that they can be uninterrupted in their slaughter of their civilians. Whereas the IDF, again, they only kill civilians so that they can get to the military targets. And you can say, and I would agree, that they do not give enough, right? They do not take enough care to prevent civilian deaths. 100%. I'm with you. This is not an argument that we have. But again, these are not the same things. These are very different things. And the Hamas attacks and the brutality of it, the targeting of it, the proportionality of it, all of that is just far, far worse than the Israeli, as bad as it is, the blockade, the settlements in the West Bank, all of it, right? But and again, I want to be clear, I'm not defending the West Bank settlements at all. They are horrific. They are apartheid, as I think we would agree. Like, they're bad, but they are not on the same level, right? Not even close.
And I sent you 2 links from 2 different independent human rights organizations, Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International. October 31st, 2023, Amnesty reported that the Israeli army fired artillery shells containing white phosphorus, an incendiary weapon, in military operations along Lebanon's southern border between 10 and October 16th, 2023, Amnesty International said.
But are they targeting civilians with it? So you can use white phosphorus in military operations legally, right? We use it in our smoke bombs, things like that. So again, were they targeting civilians, or were they simply using it as smoke? Because one you can do under an international law, it's fine, and the other you can't do. It's a war crime.
For this particular operation, are we going to have the insight into
I don't know, is
deploying
the
the
thing. I
use
don't
of
know.
individual thing until after the fact? No, we're not going to be able to say conclusively, but there's already reports of it like this that have been verified that they are using it. The motive will eventually
So
come
why
out. But like I
assume war
argued
crime?
that when you have,
No,
you
this
know,
is
their
important.
defense.
This is important to bias, right? So this is a
What do you
problem
mean?
I have. Like when this happens, the assumption automatically is, oh my God, it's a war crime. It's indiscriminate. They're killing all the babies. Like Israel is just being the worst possible actor it could possibly be. Why?
Because I don't think that Israel has demonstrated that they really have an interest in ending the occupation of Gaza.
No, I mean, no, that's fair. Yeah, that I would agree with you that it's at
Like
least the
this
current
is what we were talking
administration,
about, and
but
this is
that is a
Netanyahu.
far different thing than I don't think they. Because let's listen to what you said, that I don't think they have interest in ending the occupation in Gaza, so I think they'll kill all the babies on purpose. Right? What? Like there's a leap that we're taking here that's skipping over a lot of things.
But I didn't just say that out of nowhere. I said that with three. I don't even think that I got to mention the third thing. But again, when the defense minister, in the context of him announcing a complete and total siege on all of Gaza, on 2.3 million people, the vast 98% of which are civilians, right? No food, no fuel, no water, nothing. So you're announcing that, and we put a pin in that. President Isaac Herzog not ruling out, like this is from the Huffington Post. Israeli president suggests that civilians in Gaza are legitimate targets. The quote being,
I've
it is an
read that
entire
article.
nation that out there that is responsible, Isaac Herzog said, as Israel ordered 1.1 million Palestinians to evacuate their homes. It is not true, this rhetoric about civilians not being aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. They could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat.
Keep reading.
Okay.
Because the reporter asked him a follow-up question.
Asked Herzog to clarify whether he meant to say that since Gazans did not remove Hamas from power, that makes them by implication legitimate targets. The Israeli president claimed, "No, I didn't say that."
So yes. So again, I want you. Stop. Because again, you presented this as the Huffington Post saying that that this guy said they were legitimate targets. But then when you read the article and you carry on past the point where you stopped reading, you see that, in fact, when he was asked this, do you consider them legitimate targets? He said, no, I did not say that.
Do you agree? Do you trust him? Do you think that he genuinely thinks that?
Do I trust him? I can look at the behaviors that they've been doing. I don't have to trust them. I can see what they're doing.
Well, you asked me to read it because you said, hold on. He clarified because he realized, okay, there's a problem here because they think they actually heard what I was saying, which is that I was implying that civilians are legitimate targets, right? And they are responsible for this in some way. But then he stated, when you have a missile in your goddamn kitchen, you want to shoot it at me. Am I allowed to defend myself? At another point in the press conference,
Herzog presented, by the way, in international law, like if they are storing munitions in your house is no longer a civilian infrastructure. It is now a military target.
At another point in the press conference, Herzog presented a different perspective, saying, of course, there are many Palestinians who don't agree to this, but unfortunately, in their homes, there are missiles shooting at us, at my children. Herzog's comments follow Israel's announcement that it had directed the 1.1 million residents of northern Gaza to evacuate, likely ahead of a ground invasion. Israel dropped thousands of flyers. Yes, yes, yes. We know that the evacuation was impossible. We also know that as they were trying to flee, they bombed the crossing, right?
That is a report, though. There again, I want to wait for the ICC to come in and verify that it was actually Israel that did that and not the Hamas, right?
But I'm like taking that into context.
Wait. Why are we so keen? Why are we so keen on the hospital getting ICC investigated? But when it comes to the white phosphorus, when it comes to this supposed bombing of this passage, suddenly we're like, oh no, we know this is true. We don't even have to investigate. We just know it, right? Why is there this double standard here going on?
No, well, I don't think it's accurate to say that like there's a double standard because there are instances where things have already been independently verified because they've not completely barred press from coming in and conducting certain investigations and reporting on these things on the ground. But we can't categorically say that they have allowed them access to everything. And in each individual instance, like, yes. Like some things were reported without contention, right? Other things were reported. There was leaks that Israel had targeted that area for bombing and that it was bombed. I don't think it's irrational, but I would agree. I do think that we should wait for independent things for us to be able to say conclusively, but based on the evidence that's available now, I don't think that an independent investigation is going to reveal anything that's much different than in those specific instances that we've talked about. Then yes, it's likely that Israel, if there's leaks of the plans for them to target that area and then it is subsequently bombed, I do think evidence currently points in the direction that yes, we can it will be verified at one point that they likely did that. They're likely
it's very
responsible
possible.
for
If
it.
they did that, shame on them. War crime. Hold the people who made those decisions responsible and acted those decisions responsible. Absolutely, 100%. But we also have evidence, right? A great deal of evidence that Israel isn't just mowing down evacuees, right? In fact, they're protecting them and they're escorting them to safety.
𝕵𝖎𝖎 also said that this would be the longest war. The longest operation, right, that they have had was Operation Protective Edge, and that was 51 days. So again, if you take into consideration the dehumanization of Palestinians, right, the president insinuating that civilians are somehow responsible for Hamas's actions and implicating them and saying that they might actually be legitimate military targets because they had
you keep repeating that, but he said the exact opposite of that. You keep repeating.
You didn't trust him, but now you're defending it because you're saying that I should believe him when he clarifies, even though I don't think that he really is being very honest when he says that in the context of a siege being announced.
Okay. Yeah, this is a problem.
In the context of defending a siege against millions of people,
but what
with
you
no
can't
food,
say
no fuel, no
is
water,
that he called them legitimate targets when the article that you were citing, your source, says the opposite of what you said.
I didn't say that he called them legitimate targets. I said that he insinuated heavily, given the type of rhetoric that he was espousing at the time. Then he was asked to clarify, and he backs off of that very slightly. But they did not change that there would still be a total siege on the civilian population of Gaza that cannot leave.
They are not sieging the civilian population of Gaza. If they were sieging the civilian population of Gaza, they wouldn't let anyone out. They're sieging Hamas, right?
I think that people can't leave Gaza. Whick, do you know that people cannot leave
They
Gaza,
can leave
right?
the war. They can leave the operation.
They can't leave a 5 by 25 mile, what is effectively an open-air prison or concentration
camp. The Gaza Strip. So there's a strip of land, and then there's the city itself, the city proper. That's where the operations are being conducted currently, right? So the evacuation order, where they want to get to safety, where they want to create these safe zones, is from Gaza City itself. So they're asking people, in fact, ordering them to evacuate the combat area so that they can conduct their combat area without killing civilians. That is
they said
goal.
You have to leave. You have to leave or die. Right? They said you have 24 hours because there's a difference between their announced plan and the plan after pressures are exerted. Right?
Again, I don't care what
leave at gunpoint, or there will be a bomb that ends up killing you and destroying your home. Right? That is forcibly transferring a civilian population.
That is getting them out of the line of fire because a terrorist, state-sponsored terrorist ISIS-like organization is holding them hostage.
In combination with no food, no water, no fuel. Nothing to sustain
this announced plan
life.
That didn't actually occur, right? They didn't actually do this, right? So they may have talked a big game, but when the push came to shove, when rubber meets the road, when they actually implemented these decisions, that's not how it worked out. So I don't trust what they say. It's words and deeds. It's words and deeds, and this is a problem here. Like, they could. Hot air is hot air. Don't tell me what you're going to do. Show me what you're going to do. The weight is what they do, not what they say. And when, again, I can agree with you that they don't take as much care as they should. But they do, again, we have evidence of them actually evacuating people to safety.
But there is a difference because they didn't change the complete siege order. What they did is instead they let other humanitarian groups come in and give the civilian population food and water, not nearly as much as they should do. What is that?
Are you saying that is a bad thing? That they oh my God, Israel, they let humanitarian organizations in to give the people food and water. What monsters?
They occupy those 2.3 that area. There's a blockade on those 2.3 million people who can't leave. They cannot leave this 5 by 25 mile effectively concentration camp or open air prison. They're completely responsible for everything that goes in, everything that goes out. That doesn't just that's not rendered moot because it's wartime. They still have an obligation under international humanitarian law to give these people just the necessary amount, like food, water, resources to sustain life. They didn't have to do a siege. You said it was a tactical mistake yourself. There's no military advantage to doing it. So why do they do it?
Wait, when I said there was no military advantage to
what military advantage is there
to keep Hamas from getting away? So one of the problems
you already said Hamas has food, water, and fuel already stocked up. So at this point, they're just
are you talking about the food and water? Yeah, I did say that cutting off the food and water was probably a mistake. Yes, but that's not what you said. I said, right?
Why would they do it?
because they want to try to starve out Hamas. But again, like you said,
By
that was a
starving
bad
out the
idea.
civilian population unless they
But
overthrow them.
again, they didn't actually do this. They have let food and water into the area, right? So again, they talked a big
Do you
game,
think
but when
if
it
it
came
had
to the
not
rubber
been
meets the road, and you can say it's by international pressures that they bowed to, fair enough, right? But that's again the difference. And as we're again the whole point of this conversation, which is worse, which is more of an obstacle to peace, Hamas cannot be reasoned with, whereas Israel can. Because just from the evidence you've presented today, where you show what they said they were going to do, then after the international pressure came in, what they actually did shows that they can be worked with, shows that they can be pressured, that they can be influenced. Hamas,
negotiated
however,
with, like a
despite
terrorist group?
all the pressures put upon them, cannot be influenced, cannot be reasoned with, or they just have to be removed. And the
Okay,
reason
but
that they're putting a
I'll ask you.
siege, if I may, the reason they're putting a siege on this is so that they don't get away, right? They want to make sure that the people who are operating, who planned and conducted the October 7th operation, they don't get away. They want to make sure that the hostages, and I hope some are still alive. I don't know if they are, but I hope some are still alive, that they don't run their hostages off to some foreign country and we never see them again, right? So there is absolutely a reason to limit Hamas's ability to move and maneuver, and that's not a bad thing.
I have to say that if hostages aren't alive, it's first and foremost because Hamas possibly have killed them. I wouldn't be surprised about that. But it may also be because Israel has bombed them. That is an entirely very possible thing. All of this is supposedly in the name of getting those hostages home, right? And they're doing things that are directly putting civilians and hostages in harm's way. But I'll ask you this, Whick. Do you think that were it not for the international pressure that was put on the Israeli government following the announcement of their plan that they continued to basically enact even with the pressure because they're not really listening or being receptive to the United States' pressure other than just like on the humanitarian things, do you think that without any pressure they would have reversed course on any of what they've been doing so far? On like the food and water.
Thank you for the raid, 𝕍𝖎. Welcome. Second of all, I don't know. And I honestly don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would have happened had they had if America and the international community had just said, deal with it, we don't care what you do whatever you want. It's very possible, as you suggest, that they would have kept it to 24 hours notice, that they would have turned off the food, water, electricity, fuel forever. I don't know, right? Very possible. It's also possible, however, that again, because Israel is not a monolith, there are, other than Likud, other politicians within that are voices of peace in this, and we can't forget that, right? There are people in Israel that want to limit the damage more than Likud wants to limit the damage to Gaza and things like that, and they are influencing and exerting pressures of their own. So do I know whether they would have been successful outside of international pressure? I don't know, and I can't answer that. Sorry.
We can't answer that, but I would say based on their actions in the past and in this past operation for Operation Swords of Iron, I don't think that absent any international pressure, they would have been giving the civilian population of Gaza any food, any water, any fuel. I don't think that they would have discontinued the aerial bombardment. I don't think that they are taking the proper precautions because I don't think that they care, because I basically think that what is going on constitutes genocide, even though I'm not a legal scholar. I'm not a humanitarian scholar, so that's just my layman's opinion based off the arguments that I've made. But I would feel comfortable calling that. But I really don't even need people to call it a genocide, because even just what I'm describing that is a plan for death, in my opinion, especially upon a civilian population that is not responsible for Hamas and that has no means of escaping Gaza. They're stuck there because Israel keeps them there.
But again, the operation isn't in Gaza, it's in Gaza City, and you keep making this conflation of the two things. There is no military operation going on in Gaza that isn't involved in the Gaza City.
In a 5 by 25 mile
and we have had hundreds of thousands of people who have evacuated Gaza City successfully. We have hundreds of thousands of people who've gotten out of that war zone to safety. Not as many as we would have liked, not as many as should have, right? But there's to act as if they are just all stuck with no no way out, right? It's just not
They are
true.
stuck.
Even
They are stuck
today,
because
there are
they
people
don't
getting
have
out of the city.
They are
They
stuck
are there
because they don't have freedom
today.
of movement even before that. Yes, but when you say they are, you said
Getting out of
they're
the area of operation where the bombing is being
okay.
conducted.
What is their fate? A refugee camp? Literally just a tent.
Better than a bomb.
Again, on average, they have 2 pieces of bread to look for. So cool, you didn't die in the aerial bombardment. You didn't have a bomb dropped on you. Here's what you have to look forward to. All of the water in Gaza, for the most part, is poisoned. Like 98% of Gaza's water is not fit for human consumption.
Thank God they're
So
letting
drinking it
humanitarian aid in, and thank God they're letting trucks with humanitarian aid to help that situation.
Israel controls that, and they're not doing anything to assist
they do
that.
control that. They do
Hamas.
control access. They do control access, and
Right,
because
not
they
Hamas,
control
and
access,
they're not giving
they
it to
are
them.
letting in the humanitarian aid. They did not have to, and yet they are doing it anyway.
Do you think it should be framed as kind of like a humanitarian gesture or a kindness to allow people food, water, basic necessities so they don't
but
die?
what you are claiming,
under the purview of the Israeli government,
is that they want to just genocide all the Gazans. That's your claim.
Because what they announced was a death plan. What they announced is a plan for death. Do you know how long a human can live without water? You can live without water for 3 days and then you die.
The bombing has been going on how long?
Over a month, since October 8th.
And yet, somehow, 2.2 million Gazans are able to go without water, quote unquote, for 30 days. That's weird, huh?
Before that was even happening, half of Gaza suffered from extreme food insecurity. 98% of their water was not fit for human consumption because it could not be desalinated because it's poisoned effectively. So even prior to all of this, there were great humanitarian concerns. Half of Gaza is unemployed, right? The occupation is effectively a pressure cooker and just radicalizing people daily because most of these people have never left.
They were
born into that. They were born into that camp, and they have never been outside.
None of this deals with the point at hand. Is it right to keep
people in a 5 by 25 mile thing?
I'm not here to defend the current blockade of Gaza or the current occupation. That is not the purpose.
You did earlier though, because said
I defended the initial blockade.
Reasons.
I defended the initial decision to blockade. I think there's reasonable after Hamas gave Fatah flying lessons. I think that was a reasonable thing for security purposes to initiate an initial blockade, right? I think that's true. However, like as I said earlier in the conversation, at a certain point, it became something, again, they didn't work towards ending it and things, and that's when it became immoral. I'm not here. I am an advocate for a two-state solution, which means the ending of the occupation, the international establishment of Palestine as a state, right? And the details have to be worked out by minds far wiser than I do. But to act, right, as if Israel, and we've seen this again and again and again, when there's evidence that Hamas bombed that hospital, you're like, well, we have to wait for the ACC. We can't make any declarations to see. However, if someone just says, hey, they use white phosphorus here, war crime, killing babies, killing civilians, no investigation needed, let's just go with it. When there's when someone says, hey, they bombed this evacuation route, the IDF bombed this evacuation route, no need to wait for investigation, no need to wait for evidence, they must have did it, they must be bad. Again, the very dishonest, and I'm shocked that you did this, the dishonest quote from that Huffington Post article about the guy who said, where you said and implied heavily, and you only kept reading because I made you keep reading, that he said that they were legitimate war targets, when in fact he did not say that, and he in fact when challenged on it, he directly condemned that and did walk it back. Right. So again, all these things come into place to show this very like demonization of
I'm quoting Israeli officials. Wick, I am quoting Israeli officials.
You're quoting parts of them. You are quoting parts of what they say.
No,
you are not quoting what they say. And we saw this in the Huffington Post as a great example of this.
You believe that when Herzog reversed course on that and he said, I didn't say that, after heavily implying, you believe him. Earlier you said you couldn't say for sure, but now you believe him that he really didn't mean to insinuate what he did.
The reason I believe him is because how they've acted since.
Which only with international pressure did they.
And yet,
again, they didn't stop the siege. They didn't reverse the siege. They just allowed other countries to pick up the slack of their blockade, their occupation, and their what is effective. Gaza is a man-made humanitarian crisis that is on Israel. Israel is the occupying power that everybody else has to bear the burden of.
Gaza is the humanitarian crisis made by Israel, but the bombing is a humanitarian crisis made by Hamas. If Hamas had not come in on October 7th, there would be no bombs being dropped on Gaza City right now. There would be no people without food or water. There would be no people without power and fuel. That is on Hamas. As much as Gaza in and of itself is on Israel, I will agree with you on that. You have to admit that October 7th is the cause, the reason d'etre that they are bombing right now. That without that as a factor and a variable, we would not be having this discussion today.
Do you think that the blockade makes it more likely to have radicals and extremists like Hamas and people willing to be sympathetic and sympathize with Hamas? Do you think the blockade exacerbates that and leads more people to want to align with Hamas against Israel? Or do you think it decreases it and increases sympathy for Israel from within Gaza?
I think that it does help radicalize people, but let's look at the numbers here. How many members of Hamas in Gaza right now?
About 30 to 40,000.
How many total people in Gaza?
There's 2.3 million people.
So that's less than 1%. So even after all that, right? There is some evidence to suggest this isn't just me talking, right? That this idea of extreme poverty increasing radicalization, that's not entirely held up by evidence, because a lot of ISIS fighters, a lot of other resistance fighters come from middle class kind of families and things like that. A lot of the leadership comes from the higher class.
Well, I'm just saying, does it make it more likely that they will align themselves with Hamas? Or does it make them more likely to be sympathetic?
Maybe, perhaps.
That's why. Do you think that it's rational for a country to think that they can continue to dispossess a group of people and to subjugate them, keep them under an illegal blockade, an illegal occupation, and think that that is not basically a pressure cooker for radicalization that leads to more events like October 7th in the future? So I don't want another October 7th.
I don't want
that. Never should have fucking happened.
And that's why I want Hamas to be eliminated, because Hamas has said,
that's why I want
that they want to do as many October 7th as they can. Do you think a ceasefire? Okay, so we have a ceasefire and Hamas keeps firing. Does IDF have to not shoot back?
No, we already talked about how they can do special operations. There's absolutely no reason for them to be punishing the civilian population in favor of getting what you just said is less than 1%. It's less than 2% of the population in Gaza. That they have to wage this war, drop all of these bombs, drop white phosphorus, drop all of this on a civilian population to get a network of criminals.
They're not dropping it on civilians. They're dropping it on military targets.
But Whick, okay. Does anybody believe a group like Hamas, when they used to do this in the early 2000s, to my knowledge, when they would have suicide bombings and hit buses and they would kill all the civilians inside? Would you believe that Hamas, when they say, we're not trying to hit the civilians inside the bus, we're just trying to blow up the bus? Would you believe them?
No, but you know what? They didn't say that. They said, we were trying to kill the people in the bus. That's what they said. So if they had said that, no, obviously I wouldn't believe them.
But why is it when Israel says that we are not trying to kill civilians in a building, we're just trying to get the one terrorist in a building, when they level a building, when they completely bomb it, why does nobody laugh in their fucking face for that? That is
because we have evidence to suggest what they're saying is true. Whereas, again, Hamas didn't even say that they were trying to limit civilian casualties. Hamas has said they're trying to exacerbate civilian casualties. And in fact, Hamas has said that they're trying to exacerbate civilian casualties in Gaza. That has been their stated goal. And yes, I do believe them when they say that, because it falls in line with their actions. So yes, there is evidence to suggest, and again, I won't say that every single strike that the IDF made has been abided by this principle, and I do believe that they've committed war crimes, absolutely. But to act as if the whole bombing campaign is a war crime is just patently false.
Well, then so the way that you take Hamas at their word, yeah, that's why I said I believe the Minister of Defense for Israel, when he announces a total siege and says that we're dealing with human animals. I believe him when he says that. I believe President Herzog when he insinuates that he doesn't really want to acknowledge the difference between civilians and military targets.
But you don't believe him when he takes that back. But you don't believe him when he takes it back. It's selective belief. Okay.
I believe he was trying to cover his ass, but I don't believe he actually was really taking that back.
Sure,
and I believe 𝕵𝖎 when he says this should be the longest war, which Israelis have no appetite for because Israel is the 5th happiest country in the entire world.
The longest war was 52 days prior to this, so that could be like 2 months. It could be 2 months. It could be it could be 52.
And Israel Israel has already announced that they're probably going to have to cease activities in the next couple of weeks because of international pressures. So they're saying,
have they though? Because I don't think they have.
Yes, they have. I can link you an article from Haaretz. Maybe. So they would love to keep going. But unfortunately, all the other countries that back them, because so much of the Israeli government is dependent upon other foreign countries giving them money for their defense budget. How much do you think is how much of their defense budget do you think is foreign aid? There's an answer to this. I'm not sure how much of it, but I know 16%. A lot of it is. Do you think
60% of their military budget is from foreign aid?
Significant percent, Whick.
That is a significant percent, but it's not like this existential thing, right?
Whick, do you think that Israel would be okay if it's just 16%, right? If that 16% were withdrawn, do you think Israel would be a-okay? If it's just 16%, you think that would make almost no difference because they're so independently reliable? They're not a client state.
I don't know.
I think it would make a significant dent, and they know that, which is why it's of utmost importance to them to always have the backing of these other countries because they know how much they rely on them for that 16%. I think
if that 16% was withdrawn and they did feel an existential crisis, you would see indiscriminate at that point.
Because if it's just 16%, then would you support getting rid of it? Because it's like, it's just 16%. Let's just get rid of it.
I think there is an argument to lessen the funding of Israel. Yes.
But if you could pull a lever and go and change it from 16% to
0,
to 0 from
today?
Outside, they have to. Yep.
Today? I don't know. I'd think about it. I would consider it. I don't know if I would, because again, I think Hamas, for the safety not just of Israel, but of Gaza and of Palestine as a whole, I think that Hamas's existence is a threat and they need to be gone.
Whick, do you know how many people? Do you know what the Hamas presence is in the West Bank?
It's very little.
It's very little. Do you know how many Palestinians have died since, I think, 2008 in the West Bank?
More than should have. 200 something?
About 6,500, give or take.
In the West Bank?
In the West Bank. 6,500 Palestinian civilians have died since either 2006 or 2008.
Oh, since 2006. I was about to say, in the last month? Wow. That's...
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. I was like, wow, I've never heard that. I was like, that's crazy. You like me the source, but okay, since 2006, fair enough. Yeah, no. Again, the West Bank is a war crime. It's apartheid. I agree.
You just said there's almost no Hamas presence there. Why are there so many civilian deaths from Palestinians?
Because Netanyahu and Likud and those West Bank settlers are war criminals.
Israel, yes, because of Israel.
Yes,
which to me, again,
but that doesn't mean
the West Bank.
But that doesn't mean.
Of Israel,
but that doesn't mean
in Gaza, which is because of Israel's actions.
Do you think October? I'll just ask you directly then. Because of that, because you view Israel as war criminals, do you think that the October 7th attack on the civilians was justified by Hamas?
No, of course not.
Okay, fair enough.
There's absolutely. I don't think that liberation groups, defensive groups, even when they're under occupation, should be exempt from being held to account at the ICC, or they're not free from being held to account to those laws. So yes, that absolutely occurs to them. All of those people who went though are dead because it was basically a suicide mission. Because in 2012, the UN said that Gaza would be unlivable by 2020. It's now 2023. So those people in Gaza had basically been left to die, because that was not a national conversation until October 7th. They had no prospects.
Wait a minute. Whoa. You don't think we were talking about this before October 7th?
No. It had largely been. The only thing that we were talking about was rocket attacks towards Israelis. But
do you not remember the March on Return back in 2018? That sparked discussion. I wasn't on this space particularly. I wasn't in the Twitch poll space. But that sparked international discussion. The Israel-Palestine conflict is something that I've heard of, discussed my entire fucking life, right? This is something that's not new.
That
It's not
that
something that we
happened.
just started talking about. It's something that since before I was born, we have been going over both on a policy executive level and amongst people, right? And you can say that we haven't had a robust enough conversation. There's too much propaganda. Fair enough, right? But to act as if we weren't having a conversation about this is wild. Um,
No, but a conversation that led anywhere, because have the changes in Gaza and have the conditions in Gaza since 2018 changed from then to 2023 to now? Have they changed at all,
Probably.
really?
Well, right now they're probably
Significantly?
worse, right? But
Probably worse. That's what I just said. They had been left to die. Because
wait,
you just said they
no,
got worse since
they're not.
2018.
Okay, being left to die. This is such a weird way to put it, right? Being left to die. We have had people trying to get aid in there, for
So who
years,
does
right?
it
We've had
left?
a lot of
Who left
people. I think
Israel?
Vosh raised $250,000 a couple of years ago
He
for
did.
to help. The problem here
Yeah, because
is,
Israel's not going to
and the
do it.
reason this aid isn't
Israel's
helping,
not going to do it.
the reason this aid isn't helping, even though it is getting into Gaza, it's getting into Gaza. But why do you think it's not helping? Why do you think that aid's going to? Is it the Gazan people?
Are
Or
you
is it
saying that
perhaps Hamas taking it, building rockets, digging up the pipelines that have been established there in order to
wait.
fire at Israeli civilians to kill them?
Wait, did you just insinuate that the humanitarian group that Vosh raised a bunch of money for was basically funneling money to terrorists?
No, I'm insinuating that when it got there, Hamas took it from the people.
What
Because
is
that's
the
what it
difference?
does. Do you not think? Wait,
The
wait,
difference
wait,
is
whoa,
saying
whoa, whoa,
that
whoa,
it's
whoa, whoa, whoa.
terrorists.
Do you think Hamas doesn't steal from its people?
I'm sure they do.
Okay, so when the people of Gaza get stuff that is supposed to aid them, go to their civilian infrastructure,
So
building
people,
wells, building aquifers, all that, Hamas instead takes that money and builds weapons of war, tunnels to go in and to fight the IDF and get rid of Israel. That's what's happening here. The people of Gaza are oppressed by Hamas more, first and foremost, by Hamas, and then by a second order by Israel.
Whick, does that mean because so inevitably humanitarian aid that is rendered to Palestinian civilians and children that it shouldn't
Absolutely
be
not.
donated because it's going to end up in the hands of terrorists
Absolutely
because
not.
they steal it?
Absolutely not. Aid in the form of food, water, other supplies, absolutely is again not again.
But
That's
how can
still
people
stolen
from
by
Gaza,
Hamas on
they
occasion,
have to
but that's
from just
much more than just fun. Like again, that doesn't mean we shouldn't give humanitarian aid because some gets
even
to
if some will go,
to Gaza.
even if a lot, you just insinuated that a lot of it goes to
Yes,
Hamas.
a lot of it does.
Okay, so then you're saying that any
No,
humanitarian effort
this is
end
not
up
binary
benefiting Hamas.
thing, right? This isn't a
It's
binary
not.
thing where we have to give them all the funding or none of the funding. We can say that we have to recognize when you do give humanitarian aid to Gaza, some of it goes to Hamas. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I know
Okay,
that.
that's all I'm
But
saying.
that doesn't just to me. That's not an argument against rendering humanitarian aid to this because some
Well,
of it
good
ends
thing
up
I
being
didn't argue against you renting a humanitarian aid.
I
Good
know
thing I was arguing that the reason that they're in a humanitarian crisis is because Hamas steals their humanitarian aid. Good thing
they
that's what I was arguing and not what you
okay,
were insinuating that I was arguing.
but
That's all
they
I'm
okay.
saying.
But if you're saying they steal it and they use it not only to hurt the civilian population in Gaza, but to hurt the civilian population in Israel,
Yep.
then you're fighting terrorism by de facto. You end up being a proxy for that and being party to that.
That is
that
a
cool?
bitter pill to swallow, but it is, again, you have to, because we do recognize there is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. So you, again, in
That's
Doctors
man-made.
Without Borders, Amnesty
By Israel.
International, all these other organizations recognize that, unfortunately, when you are working in a zone that is run by an authoritarian, disgusting regime, that some of their stuff that you try to help the people with is going to be skimmed off of, taken off the top. That doesn't mean we don't help them, right? We just acknowledge that a lot of the reason that they're in a crisis isn't just because of Israel, but is because of Hamas themselves taking away humanitarian aid that is meant to go to the Gazan citizens. And that's my argument. Not that we should stop, not that we shouldn't do it, not that we should stop giving. We absolutely should. But again, if Hamas is continued to allowed to exist, it doesn't matter what Israel does because Gaza will never be free. And
Okay,
I
so it
want
sounds like
Gaza
you're
to
saying
be
that
free.
Israel should give them fuel, right? They should give them fuel.
If Israel gave them fuel, right? That Right now, probably not.
Even though
But right now, probably not. But um, normally they should. Yes.
how gracious of them to give the population that they keep under their subjugation with the basic necessities that they need. I don't think Palestinians should be reliant upon the humanitarian aid and goodwill and charity
Then you
of
need to
random
get rid of
people
Hamas.
around the world.
I agree. Then Hamas needs to go. I'm glad we agree.
Okay, so if we're like, you agree,
Wait, who do you think is stopping Hamas? Who do you think is stopping civilian infrastructure, food, water aquifers, and stuff from being built in Gaza?
Oh, Israel. Israel's the occupying power.
No! Hamas is stopping it. Hamas is doing that. Hamas is saying, if you do this, you're a collaborator and we will kill you.
Doesn't Hamas want civilian infrastructure built in Gaza so they can operate out of it? I thought you were saying that earlier.
Hamas uses hospitals, bakeries, homes, etc., in order to operate out of it. Yes, but what they don't want to do is give their people. They don't want to the aid money coming to them. They want to use it first and foremost, primarily for their ability to do, again, as they say they want to, October 7th over and over and over again in perpetuity until Israel is gone and wiped off the face of the earth.
I think Israel's response, like
I know you think it is, but again, you've shown large amount of bias.
Oh, I definitely have bias. But like the occupation does not end up in like the authority that the PA has, that Hamas has, does not change the fact that Israel is the occupier. So that is effectively like comparing.
So Israel cannot end the occupation if it ends Hamas does not let it. Every time
you just said Israel can end the occupation.
If it ended the occupation today, what do you think would happen?
Like in the immediate future,
yes, right
or like
now.
long term?
Right now.
I think there would be absolutely less violence, because I think the maintenance of the occupation is way more violent than the lifting of the occupation and the lifting of the illegal blockade.
We saw what would happen on October 7th. That's all I'll say, and that's where we're in this, because I do have another appointment from Mantis, who's going to come on to argue with me. But I want to give you a chance to have a closing statement and the last words. So I'm going to give my closing statement first, and then you can give your closing statement and tell people where they can find you. But I want you to have the last word. And I want to, first of all, thank you for coming here. Thank you for having this debate with me. Thank you for having this argument with me. It was a pleasure. I enjoyed it. I hope that you did too. When it comes down to Israel and Hamas, Israel and Palestine, no one's hands are free of blood in this conflict. Israel has a lot to answer for. Israel has committed war crimes and continues to commit war crimes, especially in the West Bank. Right? I'm not denying that. I'm not defending that. Under no way, shape, or form am I doing that. The people of Gaza are victims here. The people of Gaza are victims both of Israel and Hamas. Hamas victimizes them in order to strike at Israel. And a lot of people, leftists in the West included, sitting at their computers typing from their safe keyboards, are using the Palestinians as pawns in their hatred of Israel and their hatred of Zionism. However, there is no moral equivalence between Israel and its enemies here. Hamas, on every metric, by every measure we can look at, is worse. They will do worse. Again, every time a Gazan, and to be clear, a Palestinian Gazan, tries to work for peace, they are captured and interrogated and tortured, and in many cases, killed, because they are collaborators. Amnesty International says this in 2015 report they released. In 2020, there was another report where, again, a Gazan citizen, Amman, was, again, kidnapped and tortured along with 6 of his fellows. For what crime? For speaking with the enemy on Skype, for working towards people's peace. Hamas has no interest in peace and will do everything in its power to stop it from happening. Israel, in contrast, has demonstrated on several occasions that they are willing to work towards ending the occupation. The 2000 election was won on that note of ending the occupation. The Oslo Accords was won on that note of ending the occupation. Did it work out? No. Does Israel have problems with right-wing extremism? Yes. Are they a problem? Are they an obstacle? Yes. But when it comes to who is the biggest obstacle, by every metric we have, it's very clear. Hamas is. Thank you for your time, and your turn. Go ahead.
I want to say that obviously what happened on October 7th was an atrocity of a large scale, and that I don't think that it's appropriate or moral or just or correct at all for Hamas to have taken any hostages to try to leverage them or deprive them of their humanity and their just the dignity that every human and individual deserves. So I think that all of the hostages should be released. I also think that Israel should let go of the 2.3 million hostages that they have that are kept in Gaza under a brutal, illegal, immoral blockade that they could lift, but they will not lift, even though they signed an agreement after Operation Protective Edge that they would lift the blockade. The blockade is never lifted. They never ended the occupation formally. I think the occupation needs to end. And in the same way that Hamas needs to let go of their hostage, I think Israel needs to let go of the 2.3 million civilians living in Gaza, for the most part, that should be allowed freedom of movement and be able to take their fate into their own hands and not have it be determined by the state of Israel, which is the occupying power. And even Hamas's authority, the small amount of authority that they had, is not ever going to supersede the authority that the occupying power Israel has over that entire civilian population that manages who goes in, who goes out, if they get food, if they get water, if they get fuel, if they're going to have a job or not, for the most part. I don't think that's correct, and I would hope that people would join me in calling for a ceasefire, in ending the blockade, in ending the occupation. And I want to shout out voices like Jewish Voice for Peace that largely celebrate celebrate any humanitarian efforts that are trying to be given and rendered to Palestinian people right now. That have been these Jewish groups are being branded as anti-Semitic by groups like the ADL, even though they're filled with Jews just advocating for peace and trying to have justice for Palestinians. And I also want to shout out the PCRF. And if you have $4 instead of spending it on like a coffee or a hot chocolate or something, please spend it donating to the PCRF, which goes directly to aid Palestinian children. I don't really want to shout myself out. I feel like it's tacky given the subject nature.
I will. Straighterade, gang. Go check her out. But no, thank you we do need to have these discussions. Gang, thank you for the donations today. Thank you to Lex Friedman for the $100. Thank you to everyone else, to Astronaut Farmer and all the others. Thank you to 𝕾𝖎𝖚 for the donations of subs. I can't do this for free. Continue to support the channel. Continue to give. And we can keep having these discussions. But yes, also, if you have money, there are relief organizations working for both Israel and Palestine, right, that are wanting to help the real victims of this conflict, which are the people on the ground, right? It's not me or you, right? It's not from our comfy chairs, but it's the people who are undergoing these terrible conditions, and they're not responsible for it. They do deserve relief. So please, give if you can. And if you could post the links to those organizations in my chats, that would be wonderful to do. But as I said, content's not ending. I do have one more person I wanted to talk with today. I was hoping to wrap this up at 8, but we were a little late, but it's okay.
Sorry about that, Whick, and thank you. I appreciate the conversation.
Okay, we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Wasn't that fun, guys? Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy the conversation? Did you enjoy the back and forth? Did you have fun? I hope you did. Okay, Mantis, where you at? You didn't run away on me. I wasn't too late, right? I still want to talk to you. Not that Mantis, not Mantis Repairman, not the lesser Mantis. We want the greater Mantis, okay? The actual Mantis, the real Mantis. Jump backstage. Here, let me give you an invite here. I think you have it already. Let me send you a little DM. I DM too many people. The better Mantis, okay. Click that link, accept the rules, jump backstage, and we'll be talking about responsibility, gang. To what do we owe the space? What do we owe others? What do I owe you, right? To what responsibility do I have towards my audience and towards other people? Mantis says we have none. I disagree. But we're about to find out. Hello, welcome.
Oh, hello. Is everything all right with my audio and stuff?
You're a little low. Can you turn yourself up?
Oh, I knew this would happen. Ha ha ha. Hang on.
Take your time. Take your time. Dig in the glasses and the hair, by the way.
Wild, isn't it?
Crazy.
I think I'm on full. So
I can turn
what
you
I'll
up
do,
on
I
my
can move it
end.
closer.
Oh, maybe I can't. You're
Yeah.
200% on my end. Audience, can you hear her?
I put my mic a little bit closer. Is that better?
Much better, much better, much better. Everyone can
Better?
hear her. She's going through it. Everything good. Everyone can see her. Technical difficulties aside. First of all, thanks for coming and thanks for allowing me a little time to wrap that last debate up. Did you watch it?
That was intense. I mean, I watched some of it. My brain was like, oh, who do I pick, Hamas or Israel?
It's so crazy, right? Who could it be? No, but I hope everyone enjoyed that. But I want to talk to you because you and I, ma'am, have beef. We had a little altercation the other day. Do you want to remind everyone what happened? Do you want to kind of set the stage here for my audience? Why are you here?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I think it was well, for me it's Friday. I'm a day ahead of all of you, so it's confusing. But you were having a panel on women failing women in Twitch, in streaming.
Evergreen content. Why are women bad? But go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you knew it was going to trigger somebody. I just had to be the one. So it's the problem I had, and I called in, and I couldn't stay long. I'm sorry, but it wasn't really like, I know what you guys were trying to say. You were saying that there was an issue happening and it was affecting other women in the community. But I think the issue I had was the way that you were going about it. Like, you right off the bat were doing something that I think is just inappropriate, which was you were putting, let's call them hot tub streamers, I suppose. You're calling the hot tub streamers as representatives of all women, and therefore they have a moral responsibility to do better for the women on the platform. That's how it came across to me.
To be clear, I wasn't the one saying that. That was my guests.
Yeah, that was them.
Who were women.
Right?
Who were women. So I just want to be clear. So don't come at me, ladies. Okay? Don't come at me.
You were a little bit. I know you were posturing
a little bit.
Okay.
I want to be clear on the source of this information. It's very important to my safety and well-being. But go on.
Yes, and so I was surprised that these women were doing that. It's one thing that we I'm not a streamer, right? But every time we come up on streams or panels or anything, a lot of us females immediately get judged as representing all women. So if we say something stupid, or if we wear something, or if our hair's a certain way, we particularly get judged on our appearance. But even what we say and how we say things, people just say, oh, therefore all women. And I'm like, it's such a reductionist, ridiculous way of moving through life and judging people instead of as individuals. So I feel like they came at it from this weird, collective responsibility, collective group guilt thing, which gave them some kind of justification to point fingers, blame, shame, slut shame. And then also they picked individuals, which I was like, holy shit, this is getting... Not only is the premise bad, but then the way they're doing it is horrific. They're grabbing individuals and giving them all this responsibility. And these women, I don't think I've never heard any of them say, oh, I advocate for all women, or I represent all women. Here's how we can be better women.
Do you think that you have to say you're a representative or claim to be a representative to represent a group or either identity group or a political group or anything like that?
Yes.
Really? Okay. So I disagree.
I'll give you a little bit of a caveat. Give you a little bit of a caveat to that. I understand that people are going to assume you being a part of a group. I understand we have aspects to us that might imply that. I understand that actually does have an effect in reality, but I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it should be to the degree that people do it. I think you should, if you've explicitly stated, determined your role, then then you can put more responsibility on a person.
I think that, well, yes, I agree. If someone comes up out and out and says, I am the representative of all the Whickers, then yes, I should be judged as a representative of all the Whickers, right? Absolutely. But I take issue, right? And this is what I took issue with that before, is that um, whether we like it or not, and I'm not putting a moral judgment here, right? I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it is. Whether we like it or not, you represent a group to people. Like, for example, I don't know any Kiwis. You are the only Kiwi I know. So, rightly or wrongly, whether I try to prevent myself from doing it or not, there are going to be assumptions I make about other Kiwis based on your actions. Now, that's probably a bad idea, but it's just naturally going to occur. It's naturally going to happen. So when you have, again, people going into the streaming space, and this isn't just women, this happens with men too, this happens across the board. You are seen as representative of the groups that people identify you as. So people do take me as representative of centrists, even though I am not a centrist. But I recognize that people often look at what I say and extrapolate that to other centrists. So I do think that, given I know that, I do have a responsibility to act or not act in certain ways in order to prevent myself from like pissing in the pool for everyone else, right? To ruin it for other people. I have to, like, the question at play here is, am I my brother's keeper? And I think the answer to that is a resounding yes. And this is where we disagree. But why do you disagree?
It's a resounding
right?
no. Well, like, I want to take what you just said about how, people are going to perceive me this way, so I do have some kind of responsibility to mitigate that. I just disagree with that. I think I understand that people are going to see you as a centrist, but if you've said what you are and people keep misinterpreting it, or they keep throwing you into this category or this box, I don't think you should pander to that stereotyping. I think you should call out the stereotyping and tell them to get fucked, really.
I don't think it's pandering. I don't think it's pandering. I think like, I absolutely do call it out, but it's not pandering to prevent, like, if I told you, hey, Mantis, right? The way you're acting is increasing hate crimes against Kiwis by 30%. Would you just say, fuck them, I'm not going to do shit?
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't. And that's a difference, I guess. Is
I absolutely would, because just because I'm a Kiwi, I don't think I represent all Kiwis. And I think what's wrong about the situation is not what I therefore do with that information. What I'm saying is wrong about it is people's tendency to stereotype to begin with. I'm not every Kiwi, and if you think that, you're kind of stupid.
I agree.
And then that's up to you to develop some kind of critical thinking skills. And actually what I would suggest is a better way to mitigate that is to, in society, encourage individual responsibility, not collective.
And this is the thing. I can't and you can't control how anyone else acts. So whether or not they should or shouldn't do a thing, that's not something you can control. You have no control. You do have, however, the ability to change your own actions and your own behaviors. So again, if you're made aware of that the way you are behaving is impacting those around you in a negative fashion, you should at least take into consideration changing your behavior. Much like as if I had earphones in and I was at a crowded room or in a bus or something and I'm humming. I may not realize what I'm doing. There's nothing immoral about humming, right? You can hum.
No.
But if I'm made aware that it's bothering people around me and it's influencing people around me negatively, then yeah, I do have kind of a responsibility, a social duty, if you will, to stop doing that and engaging in that behavior.
It's not. I do want to make a distinction here with obligation and like responsibility as in duty. I think I get a little bit. I hear these suggestions as more of like, oh, but this is an obligation. You have to do this thing. And first of all, I just want to say you don't actually have to stop humming at all. It's going to create a lot of social awkwardness and you're going to piss off a lot of people, but you actually don't have to stop humming. You can continue to hum.
No, I agree. You don't have to, but my argument is you should.
Yeah. So I agree. I think if you have like some kind of value system for yourself, I think like caring about people around you does matter, right? I think you do, just if you have any kind of value hierarchy, you tend to be considerate of the people around you. So that's perfectly reasonable. My issue wasn't really that. I don't think I can easily sit here and just say, no, you should just go through in society, not having any self-awareness at all of how you're affecting other people. That
Well,
would
it's
just
not
be
just
ludicrous.
not having self-awareness, it's having the self-awareness and choosing not to make any changes, right? And so the argument
Yeah,
on the stream, right? And we can stick to streamers at first, and that's fine, but I
streamers
think
are
this
good.
argument goes wider than that. But the argument on stream
Yeah.
given by Stardust and Mooncake and others was that I should say that the way that women in the streaming space over sexualize themselves was having
Mm-hmm.
an adverse impact on the way that they were interacting with the streaming space. That what happens in the stream of Amaranth, for example, did not just stay in the stream of Amaranth, but her behavior and how she encouraged her chat behaviors spread out into the wider streaming audience as a whole. And their argument was that she should be cognizant of that fact and maybe take steps to mitigate how her actions led to the behaviors of others. Now, again, does that make that what Amaranth does immoral? No, right?
No.
But it's just
Yeah.
it's a courtesy thing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And I think that
Yes,
we can
but
recognize that if I am told that my behavior, that me having this luscious beard and shaved head is just causing women to go into other streamers and asking other male streamers show beard like all the time and it's annoying them, then yes, I should maybe take some steps to at least talk to my chat and say, hey, when you're in here, don't do that shit, right? Like when you're not in here, don't do that shit. I'm fine with you doing that shit, but don't do it outside of my space. I don't think that's an unfair ask.
did you, I don't know if, I mean, you're not here, so it's really frustrating, but did they say that they have reached out to anybody and asked them to do anything? Or are they just describing, yeah, see, this is what I heard. I didn't hear them saying anything about noticing that their chat
Yeah, but I'm
was,
not just
that
here to argue their positions. I'm here to argue the concept, right?
yeah. But my point of this is like, I think we're placing blame in the wrong place. I don't think it's Amaranth's or these streamers' fault to the degree that they were making it their fault. I don't think it is. I think the problem is a cultural problem with people who, because that whole industry is all about self objectification, and that obviously breeds objectification from the viewer. I like, unless you have an issue with sex work or porn or whatever it is, and you just want to segregate it off the platform, put it in another, like put the dirties over there so they don't contaminate us, which is a little bit what it felt like. If you're not saying it's the self-objectification itself that's causing the issue, then what actually is the issue that I
Do you
see
think
is the culture of the people not realizing that there's a time and a place for objectification. Because I think objectification is fine.
I think in this case segregation is fine. And I'll give you my argument there. For example, I think we could both agree, I'd hope we both agree, that limiting who can view sex workers to 18 plus is probably a good idea. Correct?
Is it not like that on Twitch?
You don't have to be 18 plus to view any of these streams.
I mean, you don't have to be 18 plus to view it on a porn site either. You can,
But there are
ways around
extra
everything.
verification, like for example, OnlyFans is a good example of this. There's extra layers of obstacles. That doesn't mean that kids can't get around them and don't get around them, obviously, right? But there's almost nothing on Twitch, for example, to stop a 13-year-old boy from going into Amaranth's stream and let's just say viewing some little sexual objectification, right? Like there's no barriers in place to stop that, right?
Okay, then that's a Twitch problem, not the streamer's problem.
But if you are engaging in a platform that you know, right, does not take adequate safeguards to keep kids out of your chat, and you are doing things that kids should not have access to, I do think it is a little bit of your responsibility at that point. Is it not? Like if I was a bartender and I knew that my bar didn't didn't check ID, right? Yeah, I wouldn't bartend at that place, and if I did, I would be partially responsible.
Yeah, I don't agree. I think Twitch as a I think you can happily get annoyed with Twitch and say that you need to tighten the reins or put more restrictions on, but I don't think you can get angry at people who see an opportunity and take an opportunity for business. I think they're doing it like,
What?
I'm more individualistic. I don't really care that it affects things. If the opportunity is there and you have a problem with the opportunity, then you should attack the
How
platform.
far can we
You don't need to
take
attack
this?
people who are
How far can we take?
keep
So
going.
say they do have a general rule and they have some safeguards in place that doesn't that stops kids from viewing your sexual content. Okay, but then you find out that this is exploit, right? This unintended exploit that you can use to let kids in to your particular stream. It's a business opportunity. You'd make buco bucks doing that. It's just business, right? There's no moral implications there?
Because I think if everyone walked around and thought like that to that degree, then you wouldn't even have porn stars, because they know for a fact that their stuff is accessible to everybody. There is a way to watch porn. Everyone can. There's the safeguards to watch porn are not that strict. So then why are there any porn stars? Why is anyone doing sex work if it's so bad for society?
There's a lot of sex workers who do take extra care to make sure that they aren't being viewed by minors. The people on OnlyFans have a lot of safeguards. Again, it's not perfect. It can never be perfect, but there's something about due diligence here. But to suggest that just because there's an exploit that you figured out that allows you to take advantage of it, so therefore you bear no moral responsibility, because actually, if the platform actually wanted this, they would have not had this exploit in the first place, is wild to me, and I don't know how you can claim this.
Easily. I just can. Like, okay, we have shifted away from what they were whining about to like segregating it completely off the platform, because I personally just don't think segregation solves the actual issue. The actual issue being the culture of boys and men to not understand appropriate situations for objectification. I'm not going to go into like child access to porn and stuff. I just don't think. I think there's too much responsibility, and it gets to a point where it keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed, and individuals bear this burden, this heavy burden of representing entire groups and considering entire groups of people where there might be even the slightest bit of potential for it to impact them.
I don't think that it's a very heavy burden. I don't think it's a heavy burden to recognize that your actions have consequences on the wider space as a whole, and therefore to behave in a way that would mitigate the harm that your actions cause. I think that's not a heavy burden. That's just being human. That's common courtesy.
So mitigating it would be to just not be on Twitch.
When it comes to this specific situation, I don't know. I think that there are other actions that you could put in place. Like there is a on Twitch on my end, I can mark it so that you have to click an extra button. Okay, you have to click an extra button that you recognize this as mature content. There are steps I could take. Like, for example, in my community, I don't allow children in my community, in my Discord, for example.
Yeah.
And so
sure.
We have a step in place. So if you are found out to be a child, we remove you, right? We remove you from the space. Okay? Well, let me ask you this. If Amaranth knew 100% that there was an 8-year-old watching her stream and she didn't ban them, would that be on her? Or no?
Sorry, if like a hot tub streamer or a sex worker, did you say? Was
a hot tub streamer, a titty streamer, right? Knew there was an 8-year-old kid in their chat. Knew for a fact, right? And they didn't ban them. That'd be on them, correct?
Yeah, that would be on them.
Okay.
Yeah, because they have a responsibility over their audience that they have. Yes.
Well, yes. Okay. So you would recognize that you at least in a small circle of control, right? That you do have a responsibility to those around you, even if it's just to your audience, right? Correct?
Yes, I do. Okay. I do think there is some level of responsibility. And I'm going to say, especially with the more power and influence you have, the greater the responsibility. Yes.
Okay. I had children on my Discord. When we found out they were children, they were banned.
Yeah,
So
it's a tough one though, because like there's probably a lot of underage people all around who say that they're older in order to get into these places, and really there's not many ways you can figure that out.
yeah,
It
and
is
that's a
tough,
problem, right?
and there's not nothing really much more that you can do except to say
But there is a
18
culture
plus.
that you can there there is a culture, right? Like I reject this there's nothing we can do argument. I don't think that's true. I think that you can build a culture in your community which incentivizes or disincentivizes certain behaviors and different ways to go about living, right, and engaging with your content. So one of the problems
Mhm.
that again the people who aren't here, which I wish they were, so you could talk to them, right? And so
I know,
I
sorry, I
will
wouldn't yell at them.
white knight their argument for them, right? One of their argument
Yeah.
was that people like Amaranth and other hot tub streamers were not taking the proper precautions and care to mitigate the influence that they and their audience had outside their space, right? So they weren't telling their audience and encouraging their audience not to act in the way that they act towards them, towards other streamers, right? Because this is something I've heard from multiple women creators in this space is they get so tired of being asked that they have an OnlyFans right off the
Yeah.
gate. They hate it. They don't want to be asked that. It makes them feel gross. It makes them not want to be there, right? They don't like it
Mhm.
at all. It's objectifying and they wish it would stop. But because it's been so normalized in this space, it has created a chilling effect. And I think that we would have talented, interesting, beautiful, wonderful individuals that would be streaming today if it were not for this normalization of over sexualization that has occurred in this on Twitch platform. Do you disagree?
No, yeah, I do disagree, because I don't think, honestly, as a woman, I don't think it matters whether people are self-objectifying in order to create like some kind of normalized sexual environment or not. We get sexualized regardless. The problem isn't that there's that content there and it's somehow like spilling over in droves now because of its existence. The problem is that these people don't know where objectification is appropriate and where it isn't. It's going to happen regardless. I can guarantee you it. And I don't think that
It
having
will.
them just by virtue of being on Twitch, like I don't actually know what responsibility they have
You are
unless
correct in that it would happen regardless, but you are incorrect that the levels of it happening would be the same. I think that there
Okay, so
is a huge increase in the just casual objective in vocal objectification because we can't control what people think, right? We can't control what people
no,
do without saying anything, right? Like I'll give you
yeah.
you know what a great example is that has been this has been elucidated to me by one of my female community members, Stabby. Okay, Stabby talks about this all the
Okay.
time. Okay, um,
Yeah.
dick pics used to be a much worse problem than they are now. Right? They would get dick pics like constantly. Okay, every day would be dick pic day. Okay, every DM they would open, oh, there's another
This is a
penis.
very
Oh, look, a
common
penis,
thing.
penis, penis, penis. However, these days she gets far less of that. Okay, because
Mm-hmm.
as a society, we have mocked, made fun of, and really disincentivized people from behaving in that way. Now, do you think that means that people don't want to sexualize females as much, right? No, obviously not. But behavior matters because what you're thinking in your mind doesn't affect me, but what you do and what you say does. And so the problem with this and the normalization of this is that whereas before they would keep it to their own damn selves, nowadays they're going out and saying, "Oh, you got an OnlyFans? Does she have an OnlyFans? I bet she has an OnlyFans. Let's go find her OnlyFans." And that
Yeah,
is
I
as
agree.
far as it gets. And it really is, again, just very demoralizing to a lot of women who don't want to engage in that kind of content and who don't want to be objectified in that way. And it really does hurt their ability to interact in this space. And so you're right that, again, I don't think that a hot tub streamer bears full responsibility for this, but it's not
No.
no responsibility.
Yes, but it's like the level of responsibility they're being asked here, if I'm right in your assessment of maybe their position, is that sex work bad. So like just by virtue of them being sexual and like self-objectifying, it is bad. So, but I thought they were leftists. Like if I'm going to be assume like some kind of a group belonging, I thought these ladies were leftists and they thought sexual liberation and sex positivity is a good thing. But now what I'm hearing is that they're basically slut shaming and saying, stop showing off, stop showing your body. That's the cause. And I don't think it's the cause. I think the way you mitigate that spillover into other parts of Twitch and other communities is yes, here's what you can do as a responsible hot tub streamer. It discourage them from doing that verbally, or like put a disclaimer or something.
Again, you acknowledge they have some responsibility.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad we agree.
It's the degree, yeah, because I don't think they have a responsibility to represent all women and therefore care for all the women. I think they should just, it's because like some political streamers and people in other areas of Twitch, I don't know what the categories are, so whatever, but if they've made vocal complaints that like this sort of stuff is happening, if they had any individual values and responsibility, they would probably do the best that they could, yes, to just say to their audience, hey, just don't take this into other areas of Twitch. Cool, got it. But then if that still kept happening, which I guarantee you it would, guarantee it, 150%, that's not their fault. It's a culture in the boys and men that's not being shamed enough. That's the problem. That should be shamed more, and more responsibility should be placed on these like, immature men.
Part of shaming it more is for women who do engage in sexualization, self-sexualization, is to say, hey, this isn't appropriate outside of this space. So I agree with you, it should be shamed more, but that responsibility isn't just on men, it's on women as well.
Yeah, but then that's Stardust and that's all those other chicks' job when they come over to their streams. That's their job to be like, hey, we don't do that here, ban, stop, that's, you know, sorry.
Do you think,
like, if you're a woman, you have responsibility too.
Is your claim that if suddenly we could flip a switch, right, and all of a sudden Amaranth and all the hot tub streamers were simply saying, hey, keep this in our space, don't take it out, that it would have no effect?
Very minimal.
I disagree. I think that if we normalize this kind of behavior, if we disincentivize bringing it outside these spaces, we would see less of it. Would it go away completely? Obviously not. We would never disappear entirely, but I do guarantee you that we would see at least, oh man, I couldn't even begin to guess,
yeah,
a reduction in by half.
10%? I would probably put it at 10.
It would take a while. It would take a while to get there, right?
It would take a long time. I just think the risk of what was happening there, the risk is like slut shaming and blaming the women for the poorly placed objectification. But it's been happening forever, like to the point where women, it doesn't matter how much we cover up, then if we show an ankle back in the 20s or whenever the hell, that's being sexual and you could almost be called a slut. I mean, it's just the logical conclusion of continuing to shame the sex worker for doing exactly what they intended to do is self-objectification. That's what it is.
Is it shaming though?
Shaming.
I disagree with this. I disagree with this framing of it. I don't think it's shaming someone to say, "Hey, you have a responsibility."
Well, it was what was happening. It was positing individuals.
Women are crazy. I don't speak for Stardust and other crazy women. I'm a man. Okay, I'm gonna. This is a joke. This is a joke. Don't get yell at me. Okay, this is a joke. I'm joking. Okay, I'm /S. Okay, /S. No, but for real, like, I don't think that them saying, "Hey, there's a problem. These women are not taking enough steps to stop this problem, and I think they have a responsibility to stop this problem." That is not shaming. If they were saying something like they should be ashamed of themselves and they are disgusting individuals, that would be shaming. But I don't think them simply pointing out, and guys, if you want to gauge whether they were shaming or not, this is up on my site. You can go check it out after this, right? Some based advertisement. But yeah, I don't think them saying, hey, these women have failed us in this way. I don't think that's shaming them.
I do, and it wouldn't have been shaming them if they identified the problem and they suggested ways that they could mitigate it. But it became shaming when you started talking about, okay, who is the worst one let's name them. And then you put up Amaranth, and then you said who is the best representative of women, and then you clearly picked someone who has nothing to do with self-objectification.
I didn't pick them.
Sphere,
I want to be clear. I wasn't picking them.
Okay, when I say you, when I say you, I mean like you guys, like them.
You
basically.
guys, you're lumping me in. Am I representative of them? Fair enough. But
yeah, you have some responsibility here, Whick.
I do.
You let it happen on your platform.
I do.
Yeah, like that's what they did though. It was individuals. They took individuals and they like the biggest ones, and they said X, and then they posited against someone else and said this one deserves praise and this one deserves what's the opposite of praise? Being held accountable. I don't think that's really what was being projected. It was a little bit of like, we can blame this one more than this one.
Well, you can recognize if someone is engaging in a behavior that is hurting others or making others uncomfortable. I don't think it's out of pocket to blame them for that, if that's what they're doing. Why would it be?
Yeah, I wonder. Well, I personally, I don't think it's their fault, so I wouldn't.
Fair enough, but they did. I don't think it's out of pocket to say, hey, we think this person is engaging this behavior, which is causing this outcome. We're going to name them. I don't think that's out of pocket.
I don't think it's out of pocket unless what they were saying was they're letting down all women.
Streamer women.
It's collective. It's collective group guilt. That's what it is, which I really hate. I'm a staunch individualist. I absolutely loathe people who walk around putting people into groups and holding them like accountable to a whole entire group, especially when they haven't like advocated that they represent.
Sure,
like, especially when it's inherent.
As we've talked about, and as you've acknowledged, whether we like it or not, whether it's good or bad, it happens, and if we know it happens, then we are responsible to an extent of how people perceive us. Correct?
Yeah, it's the extent to which that I think we disagree on.
Maybe so. But I'm glad we have at least agreed. I'm glad that we've at least come together and built a bridge on that there is some.
No, I'm burning it down.
You can burn it down because you realize that you've agreed with me, and that's fine. But I think everyone else here can see that you do agree with me at the end of the day, and that's fine.
No. I'm not some kind of savage who walks around who doesn't think there's any responsibility for anything. I think the problem is the level to which, the degree to which people put it on others. And look, I spoke to someone yesterday who wants to be a content creator, and they're racking their brains of like, but it's so important how I'm perceived. It's more important how I'm perceived, and I have a responsibility to the people perceiving me and misinterpreting me and misrepresenting me, that they're literally self-sabotaging their own content instead of first just thinking about their intention behind what do you want to do? How do you want to make your own message clear?
I agree you could take it overboard. I agree that you could take it overboard, like that you could take the weight of the world on your shoulders and you don't have to. Like, because there are two duties at play here. There's a tension to the responsibilities you have. You have a responsibility to yourself, and you have a responsibility to others. And that can sometimes be at tension, right? Because sometimes by helping yourself, it can take away from others. And you have to kind of balance these needs. You have to kind of balance and weigh like the weight of each action you're taking, and figure out, okay, is what I'm doing, I know this is good for me, but is it causing undue harm enough that I should change what I'm doing? Or I know what I'm doing is good for everyone, but maybe I'm taking too much on here, and maybe I should relax a little bit. There's a tension here, and it's very hard, and this is very, like you said, it's an individual decision that each person has to make. My advocacy here is that you actually weigh these things and take them into account, because to say that there's no responsibility, or to say that, oh, you're not a representative of the group, it's not my job, right? Like, I think that leads us to just abdicating all of our responsibility and not making those calculations at all, because you think, oh, I just don't have responsibility to anyone, so fuck them. And I think that's caused a lot of harm and a lot of damage, not only the streamer space, but in the real world as well, when it comes to politics, when it comes to interpersonal interactions, and when it comes just to relationships even in general. And I think this is a bad thing, and that's why I push back against it.
Yes, but yeah, and I agree. Look, anyone with any
I know.
sense
That's why
is
we already agreed. I already won the argument. We built that bridge. I agree.
anyone with any sense knows that there's a balance and you need to figure out what that balance is. But I am heavily weighing onto the individual responsibility side, even at the expense of a lot of things around me. Like I get this a lot. People always say, "Oh no, you've got to be nice. You've got to be nice." Look, here's two things about me. I'm a recovered alcoholic and I'm a recovering people pleaser. So I'm extremely against being lumped into like being representatives or having to do things that other people like require me to do that are actually at a sacrifice to my values or me personally. It's not selfish, and everyone talks about it as like a negative thing when you say selfish. I think this happens a lot more than people are willing to accept, and I think we operate a lot of the times we're forced to operate in society in ways that actually we don't want to, and it's not even that much of a detriment to do. So as a female, we're socialized a lot of the time to be extra kind. And that's why we often find it hard to set boundaries and to confront people and say no. Thanks, but no thanks is one of the hardest things for a chick to say. Like,
I don't know. I've been told no a lot, but fair enough. Let me ask you a couple questions then, just to test this. Do you put your shopping cart back after you're done using it? Do you put it in the little scales they have? Yeah. Why though?
I do, yeah. Because it's based on my value system. I don't think it would matter if I didn't.
But part of your value system is that, hey, it's a good thing to put these back because if we don't, it has a negative effect to everyone around us.
I don't think it does have a negative effect. That's someone's job. It's pretty morally neutral.
Wait, you think... Okay, no, I disagree entirely. I think if you don't put your shopping cart back, that you're a bad person.
Are you crazy?
Nope.
You think you're a bad person?
Yep, you are a bad person. Not returning your shopping cart is a litmus test for if you are a good person or a bad person. And if you do not return your shopping cart, you're a bad person. You are selfish, and you are putting your time and the smallest of actions you are failing to engage in to make your community a better place. I think that is a 100% a important litmus test on if you were a good person or not. Do you put your shopping cart back?
I don't think you're a bad person if you don't put your shopping cart back. That's somebody's job. All you're actually doing is making that guy do his job.
No, it's someone's job to bring the carts back from the spot where you place them into the store again. That's their job. Their job might also include helping to pick up after bad people who don't put their cart back. Maybe so, but again, you can't abdicate your responsibilities because you're using this cart. It is a cart that you used. It is absolutely a responsibility you have to your community to put back your shopping cart. I got another question. Do you put the toilet seat down? Do you flush after using a public restroom?
Oh yeah, I flush.
Yes, you flush. But why, right? Why do you do that?
It's hazard.
Because it makes it better for the community. You retrieve no personal benefit from this. There's nothing that personally you benefit from flushing the toilet. However, you do it because you recognize, at least on a fundamental level, subconscious level somehow, that by flushing the toilet, right, you are helping your community. You are making it a better place. And so again, this is just another evidence of we have social norms and things that if we don't engage in this, it makes us a bad person.
It doesn't make you a bad person. This is the
Yep, if you don't flush your toilet, if you don't flush your public toilet after taking a dump or pissing in it, you are a bad person. I'm dying on this hill.
That's taking personal responsibility for your shit, like getting rid of your own shit.
Or putting away your own shopping cart.
I don't need to think about society at large to flush a shit. Okay, that's actually ridiculous.
$2 from Cryborn. You also flush to hide your sins. And gang, if you're enjoying this content, if you're enjoying this conversation, if you want to participate in this conversation, in fact, donate, gift bits, gift subs, super chat, ask us questions. But yeah, I think that again, like these are the two litmus tests I have for just on a baseline. There's more tests, right, that I judge people on, but those are the big ones, right?
Wild. You're clearly a very principled person, but this is the leap that I don't like. You're too principled in the fact that you can therefore judge an entire individual on whether or not they put back their shopping cart is the problem that I have.
Do you know what a litmus test is?
This collective guilt thing. Yes, I understand. I'm just being a dick. Listen, I want to ask you a question though, because I saw you talking on Twitter, yes, about voting, right?
Stalking my Twitter account. Go ahead.
You posed a question. I mean, are we my brother's keeper? But
just real quick,
sense of
Tuna Chip asks you, and he subbed for us, so he did pay for this. Ask her how she feels about wiping shit all over the McDonald's walls in the bathroom.
What, doing it or
yeah? If you do that, are you a bad person?
You're a shitty person.
Hey, the puns. I love it. Okay, carry on. Ask your question.
Listen, this is the leap. You asked. Someone was talking about voting.
Juan said we don't owe anyone our vote. We don't owe a politician our vote. My question to this was fair, and it's a real question. Do we owe our community a vote? And I think the answer to that is yes. That if you
absolutely not.
Why not?
Absolutely. There is no. It's anti-democratic, is what it is.
Not voting is encouraging people to vote is anti-democratic? Is that what you're saying?
No. Encouraging people to vote by thinking, like, forcing sort of a group think where they should genuinely put their community before what they individually want is.
That's not what I said. What I said is that you have a duty, right, to your community, right, in order to make their lives better, if you can, right? And there's a tension, as I said in the take, between what's good for you and what's good for your community. I don't think it's out of pocket to say, hey, I know my community would benefit from this, but me personally would take a hit here. So I think it's okay to vote in this case for me instead of my community. I think that's perfectly fine. But again, the argument wasn't whether we should vote for ourselves or vote for our community. It was, should we vote? And I think in that case, if you have nothing to gain or lose, if I take no hits and I get no gains from voting, I do think it's my responsibility to look at what my community needs and wants and desires and vote accordingly, if I can.
So would you be in favor of mandatory voting? I don't know what you do in America. Do you have mandatory
No, we don't have mandatory voting. No, I don't agree with mandatory voting. I don't think we should be mandating good people. I don't think good people should be mandated. I think you should be free to be a bad person, but I should be free to call you a bad person.
But if you think not voting is like immoral, I suppose, then you should be in favor of mandatory voting.
Why? I not legislate morality. Why would I force my morality on someone else?
That's what you do all the time, Whick.
What do you mean? When have I forced my morality? First of all, $10 from Fairy Queen. What about women who have stretched the term abuse? Is it not fair to criticize them for making Twitch poll less safe for other women? I agree with Mantis on the booby streamers. Not sure on this. Well, first of all, Fairy Queen, thank you for the $10. Second of all, I'm sorry that you're wrong by agreeing with Mantis. But third of all, thank you for the question.
Because she's a woman, she knows. Okay, what about women who have stretched the term abuse? It's not fair to criticize them for making Twitch poll less safe for other women. Look, this is the problem. It's not just about women. It's about just in general then. You can just generalize this to all of society. When anyone stretches any term and uses it like badly, like genocide, for example, I think it's fair for people as a society, because language is a societal thing, that we should talk about the language being used and try to rein it in a little bit for fear of desensitization, of course. So
streamers have a responsibility not to engage in that kind of wild rhetoric in order not to poison the well, so to speak, on other abuse charges?
Depending on their values, yeah.
Well, great. I'm glad we agree principally. $2 from Solemn Argus. Here's my bare minimum for the community. I'm not bad. Well, thank you for the $2. As to your question about morality and forcing morality, you made a claim that I force my morality on others. Can you elaborate on that?
I think maybe it's look, you do this thing. Time to
This thing.
No,
Okay,
I'm
Whick
not.
on trial, part number 5. Let's go. I'm going to be judged
I
for my sins. Go ahead.
I think because of all of the should do conversations, like ought to conversations that are had, and maybe it's more the way it's communicated. It's like it's good that you're passionate, and these are conversations that everyone should have, I suppose. It's just it comes across to me, and I hear it a lot. It comes across like therefore, if you don't, you are immoral. Like, we should do it to the point where it's an obligation. And I just don't agree with this. I know that the words you're saying is not what is being said. You're saying we should do it. You're
So I'm
gently
not actually
suggesting
saying this, but you're
it
mad at
seems
me
super erroneously,
because I'm in, so I'm not actually saying this, but you're mad at me because why?
because following when you don't get the response you want, it's like a massive immoral crime people are committing. Like the vehement like shock and horror where people say, no, I'm actually not obligated to do that, sorry, is like, well, you're a bad person, like with the shopping cart.
I do have a strong stance on the shopping carts, absolutely, right? But shock and horror, right? Like I don't know if my facial expressions and reactions are enough to like to warrant this kind of pushback. I could be wrong. Gang, do I have such strong facial expressions and reactions to this that you feel like if you don't obey me, that you are an immoral and bad person? Is this what's going on? Is my influence so strong that
You're asking chat?
I'm asking everyone? I'm asking you. Like, do you feel like if you don't do what I say, that you are a bad person because I have
In your
expressed
eyes, yeah. But it's in your eyes, yes. But the larger thing that's happening, and I guess I have to generalize and say it's happening a lot on the left, but it's purely my confirmation bias of consuming this content, is the like purity testing thing, where it's just not good enough. You're not utilitarian enough. You could always be doing more. And then what happens is they keep hearing this crap, and it's just like the demanding this objection. They eventually go, you're not actually helping. Like, you're holding people to this like collective responsibility that they should do things. You're encouraging people to feel responsible, and then subjecting them to punishment, even if they've behaved like
what's
badly,
the punishment?
or even if they've behaved.
How am I punishing people? That's the thing. Like, I agree with you. I agree. Let me finish. I agree with you that yes, I do advocate for certain behaviors and certain ideas and things like that. And yes, if people do certain other things and they don't live up to what I think is the bar, right? Then I do. Again, I do think that that's not good, that they should get better. But I'm curious what the punishment here is. Like, what am I doing to punish people who don't live up to my expectations?
When I say punishment, I don't mean harsh, like
just a gentle spanking, if you will. Like, what's the punishment?
Well, it's not. It's like the shaming and blaming thing. That's a punishment. That's a form of a punishment.
Is it that, like, look, maybe
what happens is the punishment is no longer an incentive, because punishment is used to ward people off doing certain things. But when the punishment is constantly handed out to such a degree, it doesn't become an incentive anymore. It just erodes and undermines responsibility, and people start disregarding it rather than obeying like you'd like them to. Is usually what happens.
I wonder if you're thinking this because you used to be a people pleaser. I don't think most people think of it like this. I could be wrong. Could be wrong.
No, yeah, I have to say that, because I do think I have a very, very sensitive radar thing that goes bing, bing, bing whenever I hear people telling me, like, for example, like when you said, because you're the only Kiwi I know, I think that you should be aware of that, and you should mitigate your behavior in terms of New Zealand. It's like, no, absolutely fucking not. I happen to be born here. I am an individual.
What punishment did I give to you for disagreeing?
To what?
To that. So you said that I punished you, right? Like, how?
No, you didn't punish me for that. I'm just saying It's like what happened outside. Like, because this, like, it fuels that kind of a culture. It happens in the left, this purity testing thing.
Well, I speak out against it all the time. In fact, if someone does purity testing, I do look down on them a little. And I think that it's wrong and they shouldn't do that. Yeah. Do you think I should stop doing that?
No, I'm happy to do it too. We can join forces.
Then it sounds like you aren't mad that I'm doing it. You're just mad that I'm doing it towards issues you disagree with, because you would be fine with me doing it, and perhaps even more to issues that you agreed with.
No, it's not, because look, I am all for holding people to account. I'm
Me
not.
too.
Look, if anyone knows me, I get up and I hold people to account. I usually hold individuals to account depending on their individual situation.
Are you
My
holding me
issue
to
is
account right now?
or like a huge group. It often ends up being extended to a group that they somehow represent. Like people, like when I got up and like held Lav to account, I was just holding Lav to account. I wasn't holding Lav to account because she represents all women and she should do better for women. I was holding her to account just, you should do better for yourself.
So I try to, and I'm not perfect at this. I'm not perfect at this, I'll acknowledge. But I try to condemn behaviors, right? I condemn different behaviors and actions that people do, thought processes that people engage in that I think are harmful. I do condemn them, right? That said, I condemn myself as well sometimes. I don't live up to my own expectations. There are plenty of times where I have done things that I consider to be wrong, and that I've failed myself, right? I've failed my audience. I've failed my community. That's happened before, right? I don't think it's punished to view it as punishment, though. It's not the case. And even if it is, even if we do want to use that word, it's only for the purpose not of punishing, but of rehabilitating and making me better. Because I don't want people to feel shame, right? What I want to do is get them to be better. And I think that, again, by saying, hey, people should behave this way, this is a standard, and if you feel disappointed in yourself because of what I'm saying, take that into account and change. And then you won't feel that disappointment anymore because you've changed. Hooray! Everything's solved.
You know that
Everything's good.
You know there's shame involved though, and some I'm just saying the degree of it is kind of is wild. It's like
Okay.
if we want to bring it back to streamers, obviously the more power, the more influence, and then the more accountability and responsibility you have, right? I think it just extends too far. Like, okay, if something happened in your community with one viewer, and they took that outside to another place, would you feel, how much responsibility would you feel for that one
Probably.
viewer?
Well, depending on the viewer and what they did. If it was the viewer that I was talking to a lot, right, and interacting with a lot,
Yeah.
especially on a platform, I might feel some response. It really depends. The context is placed, but in the spirit of what you're trying to say here, I will say no. However, if all my community were doing it and engaging in a certain action, absolutely I would feel responsible. I would be like, what am I doing that is causing this?
Mm-hmm. So people do this a lot to like someone like Destiny, and you know I feel like he's put in place, if all of you guys put in place moderation and rules for like the Discord servers and for your channels, and you ban and you do all these things, and then sometimes people like Destiny's got a massive audience and they go off and they do all these other things, and within his community he's already said a lot of stuff, he's already done all he can to mitigate it, but he's still constantly being held responsible for people who go off and do things separately. And I draw the line a little bit more severely, and people are like, no, we got to keep holding him responsible, we got to keep holding him responsible, we got to keep holding, and it's like I don't think so.
Destiny disagrees with this because he's always changing his moderation when he recognizes failures within it, right? That he hasn't actually done all he can, and he has made changes to his moderation and how he in his style of moderation when it's shown to be lacking. He has again been able to change how he behaves in order to mitigate the behavior of his audience. Does he always do it? No. But he has made changes before, right?
He does it for within his community, for what's happening within his community.
Yeah, because of what's happening,
further,
because of what's happening outside of his community too, right?
not always.
No, not always, but it doesn't have to be always, because there's sometimes, well, like I said, there's a tension between what we want for ourselves and what the community needs for themselves. And everyone's going to answer this question differently. What I'm asking and advocating and begging for people to do is to ask the question. Ask the question. Don't dismiss it. Don't just throw it, to cast it aside. To ask the question, is what I am doing, is the behavior I am engaging within, is it having a negative influence on the people around me? How much of a negative influence? And what steps could I or should I take to mitigate that negative influence? Ask a question, examine it. Everyone's going to have a different answer for this. Everyone's in a different position. Everyone's of a different streaming size. Everyone's in a different space in their lives, right? Of what they can handle, right? Someone who's going through it, like who's like really getting hit by all sides, right? Maybe they have to look after themselves a little more, right? Someone who, however, is in a really good spot can afford to maybe look out for others a little more. And I think that's a good thing to advocate for. In fact, I think that's the only way out of some of the ruts we are in. And especially when it comes to voting, right? To bring it back to that, I think advocating for people to vote in the interest not only of themselves but in their community is a good thing. It's something we should be doing.
Yeah, I totally misunderstood that then, because I thought you were saying that
I understand.
while voting, do we have do we owe it to our community to vote on behalf of them, to look out for our community in our vote? And obviously I'm going to say absolutely not. No effing way. But obviously, yeah, I advocate for people to vote. I think it should be encouraged. I don't know if it should be necessarily mandatory. It is in Australia. I think the punishment is $20 to $50 if
Australia
you
is
don't. But,
Australia is like the only country that matters is America, USA, number one. All the other countries are fake and are either going to be subsumed into America or are going to disappear. I think America is the greatest country in the world, and I think its rules are the best rules. And yeah.
So go to Gaza then, right?
I unironically think America might want to step in on that conflict and simply, again, sit on both parties and enforce peace. I think that unironically might be a good idea.
So then Israel as a liberal democracy should definitely occupy and establish a liberal democracy in Gaza, right?
I don't think Israel is as much of a democracy as we are. I think that they aren't as much of a democracy as we are. They have no First Amendment, and we do. That makes us better. But what I will say, right? Because we are kind of wrapping up here, and I want to make sure that I don't take up too much of your day. But I do thank you for coming. So initially your claim was we have no responsibility to anyone around us, and we've shown that to be false. We've built that bridge. Again, you have acknowledged that you misunderstood my statements when it came to voting. Another WhickTV. Look, I did the hat trick. I defeated Straighterade with ease, and then you came in again, defeated with ease, just winning over and over and over again. And I will allow you the last word because I'm a gentleman and a scholar. You can tell people where they can find you, and then we're gonna call it a night, okay?
Okay. Wick's assuming that I was a very unreasonable person, and I resent that very muchly. You can't find me anywhere. I am a mystery, and the only way you can find me is if I seek you out. Also, I would like to give everyone some advice. Become an atheist, get tattoos, tits out for the boys.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming by. Hazzy wants to talk to you. Do you mind if I bring him in and you guys yell at each other for a moment?
Oh God. Yeah, are you ready for he really yeah, okay. Yep. I'm ready.
If you're not okay with it, tell me now and I'll just tell him to
No, I'm fine. Look, I booked my afternoon out for you. I took work off for this.
What?
And you made me wait 22 minutes, and I resent that, and I think that you represent military men very poorly.
I'm no longer in the military.
Is a key. Veteran. Yeah, but you're a veteran.
True. Okay, fair enough. As a token of my repentance and apology, I will allow you to converse with Azzy to the detriment of my audience, because I'm sure my audience is like, what? No, stop. Oh, no. But let me bring him in.
Put a timer on it, maybe, because this could go for a while.
Oh, I will. If we're not done by, well, the timer is when I get bored. Okay? Are we ready?
Okay. Deal.
Azzy, you're live, buddy.
Azzy.
That's crazy, bro. So you're blaming my... You told me Wednesday. I forgot you're in New Zealand. So, are you a day ahead?
Yes, we're a day ahead. I'm in the future. We see New Year before you, and we knew 9/11 was coming. Sorry.
that joke caught me off guard. I've been hanging out with my wholesome reality, where we disavow sexual content, what I mean, in the normal world, in real world, not in the
You
fantasy
disavow
land
it
that you want.
completely?
Yeah, we do. We do it in the streets. Yeah, we look at them, we shame them in public. Yep, we throw tomatoes and everything. You said that's
What
bad?
about a
I don't
chick?
know,
What about a
Azzy.
chick?
Tits out for the boys kind of won me over. I'm thinking tits out for the boys is a great slogan.
That's only during hot boy summer. You know what I mean?
Fair
Like,
enough. Fair enough.
Oh,
me.
context dependent. Okay, so hang on. What about a chick who's just walking down the street looking good for no reason?
Well,
Is that sexualizing?
how's he dressed? No. I'm playing.
Short shorts, tank
No,
top.
I got a problem with short shorts. You know what I mean? That's my thing. During the summer, it makes
Okay, I
sense.
can't
But
take
there's
you
some people
seriously,
out
and I
here
know
just
you're
weird.
lying.
They just weird.
I know you're
They're
lying.
wearing t-shirt. No, not even t-shirts. The sweatshirt, or the long shirt. It doesn't look like she wearing pants, and she wearing flip-flops, walking on the street in the middle of winter. Some people they don't know how to act. You know what I mean? You gotta shame them.
Oh, God, you sound like a religious zealot. Okay, carry on. What's your point?
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. What do you? That's so like. Wow. So
I'm
I feel like
secular as
that's
fuck,
so.
so you're up against some serious business.
I feel that's so like judgmental. Like, so if you're judging me for being a religious zealot, I'm not allowed to
Hey,
shame.
are you getting angry about being judged when you just made a statement about judging people and that it's good?
No, I'm just making a rhetorical point. Like, if you can judge me for being a religious zealot, and I'm sure there's oftentimes in people's little conversations where they're talking with their mutuals and they say, "Oh, look at this guy. He feels like he's better than everybody. Oh, look at this religious guy. I don't want to talk to this guy. He's gonna make me feel bad. He's gonna say something like he's better than everybody." That's judgment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is that allowed to proliferate in conversation?
Well, personally, I don't like to judge people in terms of like what I think they are all
You
about.
came
I
in
was being
judging me.
positively facetious.
You
Yeah,
came
I
in
was
immediately
obviously
judging
being
me.
I
facetious.
just don't.
Yeah,
I don't believe this. I don't believe this at all. Even though
I judge people. I judge people's arguments. I don't judge them as an entire being into their groups or whatever.
okay, so shamed has nothing to do with judging somebody's person. This is their actions that they're taking, right? It's just like the conversations is somebody's choice of words.
Okay, so what's the issue here? You have a problem with my take on sex work or what?
I feel like, can I be spicy, Wick? I feel like people
Within pause, yes.
who advocate for sex work, they secretly have they want to do sex work themselves, but they just want to do it, they live vicariously through booby streamers.
Okay, when was I advocating for sex work? I think I had to
Is that a
say
joke?
something about.
Wait, hold on. I want to make sure that I'm understanding Azzy here because I'm not sure I understand Azzy. Are you saying that any woman who stands up for sex workers wants to be a sex worker themselves?
Yeah, that's
I
what
feel like if they go out of their way,
like what does go out of their way mean? So if I'm on
shame
the
the
stream,
shamers,
shame
the shamers.
What about men? If I advocated for sex workers, does that mean I want to be a sex worker?
I feel in
Yes,
some
Wick,
circumstances, yeah. A lot of men wish they were in the videos with the women. Yeah.
Okay.
They wish they could do
Okay,
it.
this is the exact kind of thinking I'm trying to get people to stop doing, is to like do this massive extrapolation of like you take a statement somebody says and then you just bullshit your way into what they're actually saying. You try and get in their brain and tell them what they're thinking.
I know.
It's wild.
I'm just doing it because it's just for the sake of
Because
like
you're
banter. It's not my point. It's not something I'm gonna die on. It's just
What's your
something
point
spicy
then,
to say.
Azzy?
My point was basically I came here originally because I wanted to rehash the conversation. Was basically the same points Wick was making, right? You were saying I was waffling and was making no points. So was Wick waffling and making no points?
I'm prettier than you.
When
So I make better points.
was this on
You do.
our other chat that
I
we
agree.
had? You're talking about.
It's basically the same thing. If somebody's in a content creation space and their content is at the detriment of every other content creator, I feel like they should go to a space which wholeheartedly advocates for their content and pushes their content.
Well, I disagreed with Whick on that point, and I probably said that the way that they can mitigate things to the best of their responsibility, since you can take that up with Twitch, in my opinion. But if you want to talk to the women, you could say actively discouraging their audience to not take objectification into inappropriate areas is the mitigation, and then it's up to changing the culture of the men who do that. I don't think that's all up to them. I don't think the degree of responsibility falls all onto them, and I don't think that segregation is going to solve the issue.
It's not called segregation. This is like, we have this problem where we take
like
words.
Word, but I like
No, I like the word, but I like it when it's used properly. Like, we're not blocked. You're not being segregation is somebody barring you from something.
Yeah, you want
You're not
that.
being barred. Nobody's barring these content creators. This is a choice we're asking. This is a choice that they ultimately have to make. This is part of their responsibility. Going to and I'm trying to build a bridge by saying it's the best for them, especially if they're going to engage in this content. Go to a place that is going to help them succeed in their content.
This is what you're doing is you have faux compassion. You're saying, "Oh, I really do care about you sex workers. I just think you'd be better over there."
No, it's not faux compassion. It's
what are you advocating for if you're not advocating for banning them from Twitch or getting them removed as a topic or whatever you call them, a category on Twitch?
This is why I've never said ban them from Twitch. This is why, because I feel like there's a lot of content creators who engaged in the sexual content and they were banned, right? Because of the the loose non-concrete terms of service that Twitch has. If you like I said, if you
across the whole
platform. And I disagree with that point. No. When you, like I make the point before, if I own a car and somebody else does not own a car, they are at less risk of a car accident than me. All right? Just because everybody lives in the same world doesn't mean they're all at risk of a car accident. No, doesn't make any sense.
You're getting what I'm saying wrong. I'm saying the rules, however fickle they may be on Twitch, apparently they are, because people get banned for some silly things. They apply across the board to everyone. So showing a bit of this and showing a bit of that, even they're engaging in riskier behavior around those rules, but the rules apply to everyone. Everyone's still going to get banned for that if they break that rule.
But the risk is accidentally breaking them. Somebody who never engages in the action will never be at risk of breaking it. That is risk management.
Yes. So
okay.
What you're asking
the best risk management is never. No. What are we talking about here? This is such a straw man of the argument. Now, I'm not saying don't listen. If somebody wants to wear, if somebody wears a crop top, they're not automatically a sexual content creator. They're not at the same risk of breaking the rules as a sexual content creator. It's not the same thing. And I feel like that's a red herring argument to try to divert from the actual argument of sexual content creators. We're not talking about the regular girl streamers who wear makeup, get their hair done, paint their nails, wear long eyelashes and long nails. We're not talking about them. That's a broad brush of everybody. This is why I don't want to have that conversation, because that's just a vacuous conversation. We're not going to be able to target anything. Not going to get anything done. That's what people do. They try to include everybody so that we can't focus on the sexual content creators.
Okay, this is what you're doing, the waffling thing now. Like, this is why I said you waffle, because you do waffle. It's literally
I don't think y'all know what waffling means, honestly, because you keep saying that. Keep going.
You get Philip. Okay.
Okay, so there you go. Okay, I'm rambling.
The risk is the same for everybody. The risk is the same for everybody. Okay. Because the rules apply across the board. Like, if someone comes on, if a political female streamer comes on and they show a little too much flesh, they're gonna get kicked off. The only reason,
when does that ever happen?
Whoa. Can you a time?
I don't know what the rules are.
Okay. Yes, but you made a claim that if a political I have never kicked off someone from what they were wearing.
This never happened ever.
I've never
I've
seen it
never happened.
happen, and I've been in this space for over a year. So maybe it happened before I got here. That's possible. But in the over a year that I've been here, I have never seen a woman get kicked out of a political
So
space
what are these
because of
women
what they're
get
wearing.
banned for that he's talking about?
What, Ozzy? I don't know what fuck Ozzy's talking about, okay?
We're
Ozzy has to
talking
tell you
about
what Ozzy's
He's
talking
not
about.
We're
even
talking about.
But
listening
he's
'cause
not
he
talking
doesn't
about
listen.
that, okay? He's
I'm
not talking
not
about
talking
that.
about.
What
I'm not
are they-
talking
what
about
rule do they break to get banned?
I'm
You
not
usually
talking
don't
about-
even fucking know.
I'm not talking about non-sexual. Y'all really try to make people sound stupid to try to defeat them. No, I'm not talking about non-sexual content creators. I'm talking about sexual content creators only. All right. There are sexual content creators. In fact, there was a whole article about one. She was doing basically the same thing everybody else was, but she was a little too, it's a little too voluptuous. She moved a little weird, and it came off breaking the TOS as like sexualizing her content in a way that was too far past the line. But the line was already like gray. And people were breaking those areas all the time on Twitch, and they weren't getting banned. In fact, 𝕻𝖎 didn't get banned. She just had her advertising cut
Okay,
where she didn't
so
make any
you
money
have
from her
a problem-
advertising.
Do you have a problem with Twitch, or do you have a problem with the women?
It's not about the. I don't think it has anything to do with with anything, right? It's not about my personal problem with them. I'm saying it's not my
Well, it must
personal
be.
problem with
You
them.
have to have an opinion that comes from somewhere. What are you talking about?
No. So we're talking about having responsibility, okay? So if we're talking about responsibility for your woman in the space and the things you're doing are hurting other women, I'm not even talking about like men and women, just women only. That was the conversation. If you're coming in and you're gaming the system, right? Trying to find wherever you can to thrive in the gray area while everybody else is trying their best to follow the rules and stick to the culture,
Mhm.
instead of just disrupt and then and make a profit, right? People are out here trying to build community. I don't believe a lot of these sexual content creators care about the community of Twitch. They're just here to
They
make
do
money.
care about a community. They care about their community. Why are they responsible for Twitch poll? They're doing their own thing in their own environment, and like they're not responsible
so you're just
for
talking
every
about
woman on the fucking platform. I'm sorry. They
Whick,
have a
was-
little. The reason I gave a concession here was I said that if they really cared, if Stardust or all these people who seem to be getting like some negative consequences happening, approached them and said, hey, this is happening, would you mind doing this? I don't think they've tried that, and I guarantee a lot of them would be like, sure, we can discourage, but that's literally all they can do is just discourage their streamers, their viewers from going over there. You're just upset with the normalization of sexual stuff. I don't think you like that in general. It sounds like you just want that off the platform because you're opposed to sexualization.
No, I'm not opposed to just sexualizing. You can be sexy. You don't have to be in a bathing suit.
Yeah, don't
And
ruin it. Being sexy is fucking awesome. You're ruining it for so many people.
for who? Which people?
The viewers.
Which viewers? What type of viewer?
What, can I be sexy on
millions
stream,
of
huh?
viewers.
Yes, you
Ozzy,
can. Look
I
at
can
you.
be sexy on stream?
You're not allowed
You're
to,
sexy
Whick.
right now, Whick. Look at
You're
you.
doing
You got the
a
gray
disservice to
beard,
everyone on YouTube.
gray beard color.
What
you
if
know
I
what
took
mean?
off my shirt? Would that be inappropriate, Ozzy?
You don't got to do that. You don't got to do all that.
I don't
You know what
got
mean?
to, but could I? Would
No,
I be
you don't.
irresponsible if I took off my shirt right now?
You can be sexy without getting naked, without showing a unreasonable amount of skin. All right, unless you're at a
Gang,
beach.
if I can get $50 in
sauna.
donations, I'll take off my shirt right now. $50.
Oh my
Fine.
god, someone
Zero.
do it. Where's Lex Friedman when you need him?
$50 to super chats, or if I can get 10 gift stubs,
Yeah.
I will take all my shirt off right now. But you gotta pay to play, gang. It's not for free. You don't get that for free.
Hey,
okay?
And the
what
thing
if I
is,
did that as if I said the same thing, would you have
see
more of a
that?
problem
Here we
with that?
go. Here we go. I just feel like you want to anyway. You don't have to ask me.
Don't
No,
take.
I
Okay,
think you have
first
a
of
problem
all,
with women
do
doing
not take do not take your shirt off on stream, because right or wrong, there are different.
I
Someone
get
just
it.
paid me. There are different standards, but someone just paid me $50. So
Oh
Okay.
my god,
carry on.
he has to do it now.
See that?
See, look, men are allowed to do this, and it's fun. If a woman does it, it's like this big hoo-ha that everyone has about things.
Men.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This is
Holy!
Thank you, Mad Honeybee, for the $50. I really appreciate it.
Are you upset that Whick is letting down all men in this area, and he's normalizing sex on YouTube now?
Whick, you're
He's literally a porn star at this point.
I am getting paid to take my shirt
see,
off.
we don't have to be
He's
so
a-
hyperbolic. No, he's not. You know what I mean? And
That's
this is why
exactly what it is.
and Twitch content creators realize that they are not just Twitch content creators, right? Or Twitch poll content creators. Excuse me. That's what I meant to say. Twitch poll content creators understand that it's not just Twitch poll. It's Twitch in general. Okay? When individuals come,
It sounds like a supremacy thing, like, oh, we're on Twitch, and Twitch is this like special thing, and blah. Like,
you
does
understand
people on
that
YouTube, like, scan YouTube that much? I don't know.
well,
think they
YouTube
do.
has categories, right? They have genres. All right, they have
Do they
communities.
not on Twitch? Do they not on Twitch? They absolutely do.
No,
That's my.
I don't know. So
If you have a problem with content that's allowed on Twitch, you should just go to Twitch and complain, and stop complaining about the women who are capitalizing off an opportunity that's been presented to them.
the thing is, Twitch isn't going to do anything because it's trying to pose as a progressive site. So they don't want to come off misogynistic, right? It would hurt their brand.
Exactly.
Okay,
Look.
So the responsibility of women being misogynistic, it's kind of hard to prove that, right? So this is why we allow women to talk to women, right? This is why we want men. If a guy was being toxic and no men were saying anything, women would go to men and be like, "What are you doing? You're just letting this guy get away with murder. You need to say something." It happens in real IRL too.
If a woman says to men, hey, your objectification in this area is not good, it's inappropriate, is that received the same way if a man does it? Do you think it's men's job then to tell the audience members who are being ridiculous and retards to like go over to other areas and inappropriately objectify? Who's the best person to tell them?
No, you don't.
Self-objectifying hot tub streamer that they're looking at and objectifying, or some other men in the culture, like men in the community?
Number one, stop objectifying yourself. It's weird. Okay. Number two,
Well, you can say that all you want.
sounds a little
Totally
narcissistic.
It's totally fine for people to
Is it
self-objectify.
narcissistic? Am I being a narcissist right now, Ozzy?
No, you're just being a weirdo, but
bit,
enjoy yourself, bro.
Hey, if someone pays me $100 to put my shirt back on, yeah, if you pay me $100, I'll put it back on, sure. $100 to put my shirt back on, gang. Let's go.
You're very good at that.
Like, he's just a big, snow teddy bear right now for somebody.
I don't want to be to make too many assumptions about you, but when I hear you make these complaints, what I hear, yeah, I know, but it's just based on what you've said. What I actually hear is that you just don't like. I'm trying to destigmatize sexualization. I think it's actually fine because I think it's fun. People are allowed to look sexual and then it be in appropriate spaces. You just don't want it to be sexual. That's what I'm hearing.
You want fun? Go to the movies. You know what I'm saying? Like,
come to this show, baby.
You know what I
Okay,
mean?
you want fun? You can come to this show right here, and for enough money, you can have all the fun you want, ladies. Go on.
You see that? That's how they sound. That's how the. That's how they sound. You feel? Is this fun for you?
Fun. You just want good, wholesome fun.
No, I just realized that there's a lot of youth on Twitch, right? And there's a lot of adults who still need to mature, right? And the blurred lines is not helping anybody get anywhere, grow into anything.
I'm suggesting to help people become mature and better adults.
You're not.
No, listen. In order to make people better and mature and responsible adults, I don't need to desecrate an entire industry, right? What I can do is ask people to adopt individual responsibility and an internal locus of control. That's my thing. I think if people operated less
what is this about desecrating an industry?
But that's what
Are
you're
you
doing. You're blaming the industry for
okay?
these retarded men who don't know how to objectify in appropriate situations.
So I'm desecrating an industry by saying go to a place that advocates for your industry, and don't be in a place that loosely, passively advocates for it and will ban you at the slightest of ease if you do something that is like gray. You're saying I'm
Yeah.
desecrating a whole industry doing that. Well,
You
then you're
are.
not being
I
charitable,
guarantee
and I feel like
you are
you're
because
not listening. At the end of the day, you don't listen. Listening to the points. I feel like you're coloring my argument
you
with
have a problem with Twitch.
what
You have a problem with Twitch. They
everybody
advocate that
has a
it's
problem
fine
with
to do
Twitch.
this.
Everybody have a problem. Everybody has a problem with
I don't
Twitch.
watch Twitch. I'm
So I'm not.
pretty bad on the TOS
And
thing.
that's the
But
thing, though. You have no stake in this game. So why are you? Do you just want? Is this a secret
because
fantasy?
the reason I had a stake in this game was because the same thing was happening on that panel that happens to me personally in a lot of situations where I get up here and just for the fact that I have a vagina, I am therefore representing all women. And I refuse to adopt that responsibility. And I
You're
don't
the
give a
minority
fuck.
in this. This is no. This is the thing, though. And I said the same thing to. I think I said this to. No, I didn't say this to Whick last time when I said this to what's his name?
Wait,
Excuse me,
I can't
Tom.
take you
I said this
seriously.
to Tom. I said this to Tom. See that you can't even take a man if you can't take a person seriously without their shirt. Well, how you think the women feel? And
He's
they're not
not
taken
being
seriously.
serious. He's not being serious. I'm allowed to not take him seriously.
Oh, I assure you, I am
He's very
deadly
serious.
serious right now,
I'm
man.
serious about the money.
Serious. That too.
Yeah.
But I'm serious about all of it. Every single word, every single action, every single thing I'm doing right now. Deadly serious, I promise.
See,
You're
this is a
laughing
lot
at
more
me, but
fun.
I'm being honest.
Yeah.
It's a
So,
lot more
but
fun.
and he's being serious. It's like a comedian, right? Who starts speaking seriously. They don't, and this is has nothing to do with the point. Once they start talking seriously, nobody takes them serious because they see them as the funny guy. So what happens to the sexual content creator who wants to start being, and it happens all the time. They go on, they go on podcasts. They start giving advice. They're saying, "I want to be taken seriously. I can be a housewife too." Nobody, I'm sure they can, but the majority of people who have already experienced them as sexual content creators do not take them seriously, especially the women who are also in the industry of content creation and did everything, the regular way, and they didn't take advantage of the audience who just wants to see skin. They take
Okay,
those
I have
women
to say
even
something.
less
I have to
seriously.
say something. Look,
I'm sure you do.
there are studies out there, right, that show that if self-objectification breeds shut up, Wick. That breeds objectification, right?
Why
And the
is you
reason
so
it does that is because the
Why are you
viewer
so
who's
mad?
viewing, listen. The reason why it does that is because the viewer, when they see someone being hypersexual or sexual in any way, they in their brains, in their little monkey brains, they immediately assume that that person lacks mental capacity and moral agency. They think they don't have any morals and they don't have any mental capabilities. That is not a problem of the sexual stuff. That is a problem of the mindset of monkey men who don't understand that
Wow.
person
So why are
is
you
self-objectified,
denigrating
but
these?
they're still an individual and they still have mental capacity and moral agency.
So,
Just because you
interesting
don't
word
see it
choice
that
to
way.
use
Yeah,
with Azzy in the call, by the way. But go
yeah,
ahead.
and yeah, they're not. I told her.
You
I
know
see
what I
that.
mean by
This is why I
monkey
called her.
brain.
This is why I called her 𝕾𝖍𝖎 last time. Like these monkeys. Like, this is exactly why I called you
It's
𝕾𝖍𝖎.
a
Go
primal
watch the
brain
clip,
thing. It's stupid. It's a
guys. Go
stupid
watch
way
the
of people
clip.
Hey, thank
moving
you
through
for
the world.
first of all, Majin, thank you for the bits. Really appreciate you. And 𝕬𝖎𝖎, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. So not only can you be a subscriber to my YouTube, you can be a member. 𝕬𝖎𝖎 has taken the plunge. Will you take the plunge? Silent.
Like, see, the difference between me and you is when somebody says something, I'm usually not wrong on character analysis. Like, I knew you were 𝕾𝖍𝖎 from
Well,
jump.
see,
You've been wanting to
you
call
got
those men monkeys for a long
you are
time.
so
And now that you feel
pretentious.
free around me,
You are
it's
so
okay. Feel
fucking
free.
righteous. You're so righteous. You think everything you think and
Here's your
everywhere you
black
come from
card.
is
Here's your black
morally
card for now.
righteous
It's
and
okay.
correct thing.
You can come to the
Everything about
cookout
the
for
way
today.
everything about what you're saying is just showing people like how narrow-minded you
Be
are and
careful.
how
Be
little you
careful.
see of people.
Hold on. Wait, I'm narrow-minded about what? Narrow-minded about
Everything you're
what?
saying.
everything.
You're reducing people. You reduce people. Is what
So
you do.
characterize my argument in simply, so I can see where I'm reducing the people to what? By saying I'm saying you are hurting other content creators. So I'm reducing them. They're the largest, if not the most
Reducing who?
prolific content creators on the space. I'm reducing them. I don't even have enough power to reduce them.
Who is hurting
If
the
anything,
other
I'm
content?
punching up.
Hang on.
If anything, I'm punching up.
Azzy, you shouldn't be
Okay, when
punching
do you
women. Stop.
When do you
No.
stop
These
talking?
are more than women. These are super women. Like if Wonder Woman shows up,
Okay.
you know, and she tries to, you better fight back or you're dead. You better fight back. You know what I mean? You're trying to no. If Wonder Woman shows up,
Right,
you gonna throw a
when are you
punch.
gonna stop talking so I can answer your question?
I'm just talking to Whick. Go ahead.
Okay. So who is causing the harm? All I am saying is more responsibility needs to be given to the individual, the viewers. More responsibility needs to be placed there. I don't ever hear that conversation about changing the culture of men who do this thing where they go and spill over into other communities and objectify inappropriately. I hear a lot of blame being put on these people who are just doing intentional, consensual objectification. It's
Okay.
the degree
Is
of
this
blame we're placing. I place it more on this side, you place it more here, and I just disagree. And you have a problem with that.
I because I feel like you're running cover for some sinister behavior and some immature behavior. And you're like I
What's
said,
sinister
you
about
feel
sexual? Please explain.
just let me know it's my turn.
Preach, my man, preach.
Oh, so now oh wow. So I'm when you say something, you make some type of like moral prescription, you're a preacher now? I mean, thank you. I come from
Yeah, you kind of are.
you know what I mean? I'm a preacher's kid, so I mean, it might be in my blood.
Did you
But
just say all men, by the way? Mantis, did you say all men?
yeah, she did. She doesn't even realize it. She doesn't even realize it. It's just,
I said all the men who are viewing that content.
Testicle
What about the
Johnson for
women?
$2. Please pinch nipples, baby. Not for $2. You got to give me more.
$2 is not enough.
But
True.
what
And
about
thank
the
you
women
again
though?
for the more bits, 𝕵𝖎𝖎. Yeah, they LOL WhickTV trying, but they letting a broke black man show them up. It's crazy. It's true. You guys all in the Twitch chat should be throwing bits at me, 100 bits at me at a time, just like bills, like a dollar bill. That's what it is. So go ahead.
Make it rain, baby.
True.
Make it rain.
But carry
I'm
on,
not
please.
Listen, I'm not denigrating women, not denigrating sexual content creators. I haven't said anything bad about them. I've made my stance on sex work and said I'm anti-sex work, but that's not denigrating them. That's denigrating their job. Get another job. I can see if it's the only thing you can do. That's a different story. I can show them grace. But we're talking about people who are choosing to. When we have like they're
cares if
not
they
in
choose-
they could be trained to do something useful for
Who cares
society.
if they choose to do that?
wait.
What the fuck?
What should women be trained to do that's useful for society, man?
Yeah,
Azzy?
please
They could
explain.
be
Azzy.
they could be in STEM, they could be in labor, they could be in teaching, they could be in education, they could be in finance. They could literally do something that moves the goal of America along. You said this is the greatest country on earth, right, Whick?
Should we put these hot tub streamers? Should we put them in maybe like
You don't need to be trained to get
education
in a hot
camps,
tub.
maybe camp, like to retrain them though, like in retraining camps, let's call them.
You mean college?
Okay, so you're advocating
You
for
mean-
hot tub streamers to be
Some people call it jail.
re-educated, and put into perhaps camps to re-educate them.
I call it
Okay.
beauty school.
Yeah.
You go to you know what I mean? You go to beauty school, get your you laugh, but listen, there you go. There's that smile because it's true. There's plenty of things that they can make money on. Be an entrepreneur just like you. How come you're not training these women to follow you in your footsteps?
Yeah, how Mantis?
entrepreneur like
Why are you
Mantis.
not training all the hot tub streamers? Why? What?
I have a responsibility to train all women around the world, don't I?
No one's
Because I'm
saying
a
that.
female,
Don't
a strong,
do that.
independent female. Get fucked. That is
Mantis,
so not right.
we're saying you.
Yes, but the reason I'm an entrepreneur, if you really want to know, is probably it's not like it didn't happen because I was like, oh, I'm going to contribute to society. It's because I was recovering from alcoholism and it was an easy job. And then I created it into a business to make myself feel better about and put my values in line and do a job that doesn't require too much stress that will make me want to drink my way through it.
But you realize that learning
Individual reasons for doing all the things they do, and pleasing society is not the reason why I go about my life.
it's not about pleasing society. It's realizing that you're in a community, right? Keyword. Twitch is a community.
I do enough in my community. I don't go up above and beyond, though. I've learned not to do that anymore because it was at the sacrifice of my well-being. So yes, I put myself ahead of a lot of things that I could be doing in my community, as a lot of people who are individualistic do, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing as long as you're not going out there intentionally meaning to harm people, disrespect people, whatever.
But you don't
And
have
on
to
this
mean...
note, Azzy.
Yeah, last
note,
word.
Last word, right? I'll give you each a closing and an outro and things, but the money's dried up, so therefore my interest is dried up in this conversation, and I want to make sure that everyone has a great time. But before your closing statements, I just want to let everyone know what we got coming up. So tomorrow I'm going to be talking to STV Philly about hatred. It'll be an interesting conversation. Thursday's the big one. We got No Opinion coming on. We got Brianna Wu. We got Sock Done Left. It's going to be great. We're going to have a wonderful discussion about leftism when it comes to Israel and Palestine. It should be fun. And then on Friday, we're having a call-in show. Friday's going to be great. Friday, Tuna Chips coming on, and we're going to be having a great, interesting conversation. And gang, if you like this channel, if you want to support it, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button. Give me subs, give me bits, become a YouTube member, throw me super chats, all these ways to support me. But I want to give each and every one of these individuals, these lovely individuals, a chance to tell people where they are, where they can find them, and also final thoughts. And we're going to give Mantis the last word on this. So, Azzy, go ahead.
I almost forgot what I was going to say. What was that last point? Or anyway, community means it's not a... Okay, I remember it. Just doing things for yourself will not hurt the community, because if anything, the community wants you to thrive. They want you to do well in your endeavors, right? But they also want to be able to partake in it, right? They also want to be able to participate. If you're doing something that is against the value and the morality of the community, right, of course they're going to shame it because they can't participate in it, right, in good faith, right, without judging you or treating you less than, right? So that's my point. If you're going to engage in the community of Twitch, do something that, if not, the standard is you won't be judged for it. It's not something that is going to hurt your reputation, and it's gonna be something people can look up to. You can't. I'm not having my daughters, nieces. I don't want my nephews looking. I don't want my any women in my life looking up to any content creators that create sexual content. That's blank. Period. That's my closing statement.
Okay, thank you for coming on and thank you for engaging with us. Mantis, please.
All right. It's all entertainment. I don't know why it needs to be judged in any other way. It's just entertainment. It's just, you just clearly don't like sex work. That's fine. I didn't want to stand sex work in order to make my point. My point for all of this is actually very much aligned with Whick on how much responsibility we should take. To be good people, you do have some element of collective responsibility, but I believe it starts at the individual level. I think value belongs to the individual, and the individual is the sole bearer of moral responsibility. No one's morally guilty except in relation to some conduct which he himself considered to be wrong. Collective responsibility sucks for the most part. If you start with the individual, you can work your way out slowly. If you start from the out and you try and work your way in, it doesn't work. It's barbaric. And it fosters tribalism. So my point was, don't associate these people with an entire group of people, and to be responsible and represent that entire group of people, you can mitigate some things. I don't think you need to segregate them. And again, atheists, get tattoos, don't drink.
Based. Okay, thanks again, gang, and we're going to raid out, so I'll see bye-bye to these lovely people. I'll send you to the void. Azzy, you're going to the void. Mantis, you're going to the void. Okay, where are we going, gang? Who are we raiding into? Where are we traveling on this journey together? Cherry? We raided Cherry last time. I like Cherry, but let's get some Post Malone. Why would I raid Post Malone? What? Man, I don't think you understand what raids are for. Okay, I'm gonna send you to Hunter Avalon. Haven't raided him in a while. He deserves something, right? He's been having a time. Anyway, make sure that he knows that this is a hate raid. So spam those emotes if you got them. Let him know Whick sent ya. And I hope you tune in tomorrow where we discuss hatred with STV Philly. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.